네, 여러분 모두 책석을
As you are now seated, let us begin the conference. First of all, I would like to thank you all for participating in the Global Metaverse Conference and ROK-ASEAN Forum. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself. I am MC Lee. Thank you. Once again, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for all the distinguished guests and participants who came here amid your busy schedule. We are live streaming this event, and we also have online participants, and I would like to thank you for our online participants as well. Before we begin, I would like to give you a brief house announcement. Simultaneous interpretation is provided during this event. For those of you who need interpretation, as you can see on this slide, Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English.
The forum today, we have some announcement. First of all, we will provide a simultaneous interpretation service. Please select your language of choice. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. 이어서 본행사
And this event is being streaming live on ROK-ICT Convergence Village YouTube and Facebook channels.
streamed through official YouTube channel and a Facebook channel of the ASEAN Republic of Korea ICT Convergence Village. 마지막
And lastly, as I mentioned, as we are doing live streaming of this event, please turn your mobile phone into silent or vibration mode.
event. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off all your electronic devices or put them on silent mode. Thank you. 네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. Let us begin the conference by giving you the introduction first. This conference is hosted by the Ministry of Science and ICT and Busan Metropolitan City and is run by Busan IT Promotion Agency. The aim of this conference is to promote the XR and Metaverse industry of ROK and ASEAN region by stimulating exchange. BIPA, as a follow-up of its 2019 ROK-ASEAN Special Summit, has established and operated ROK-ASEAN ICT Convergence Village and supported Korean XR Metaverse companies in their efforts to advance into ASEAN markets. So today's conference is in part of their efforts. Through this conference, we will share the latest trends of XR Metaverse industry of Korea and abroad. And through the forum, we will identify ideas for future collaboration. So please enjoy the forum and get an insight about the future direction of Korean XR and ASEAN XR industries. So I would like to introduce you our VIPs and distinguished guests here today with us. When I call their name, please give them a big round of applause. First, we have President Jung Moon-seop of Busan IT Promotion Agency. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. President Chung has made a lot of efforts to host this event. Thank you. Next, we have Director Jung Na-young of AI Software Division of Busan Metropolitan Government. Thank you once again. And we have Kasama Kosmak, Vice President of Digital Economy Promotion Agency of Thailand. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Next, we have Director Park Ki-young from Meta Korea. Please give him a big hand. Also, who came here from abroad, we have Mr. Nicolas Moreno de Palma, Chief Commercial Officer of Holograms. Please give him a big hand. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Branch Chair Seo Dong-il of DTCP Korea. Thank you. We have many more distinguished guests. We have full house today. But please understand that we cannot introduce you one by one due to our time limit. Once again, thank you for coming amid your busy schedule. Please enjoy this conference and get a lot of insight. Let's have the opening ceremony. We will have speeches from our distinguished guests first. First is opening speech. So let us invite President Jung Moon-sop from BIPA, who has made a lot of efforts to host this event.
President of the Busan IT Industry Promotion Agency for his welcoming speech. 여러분 큰 박수와 함께
Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jung Moon-sop, President of Busan IT Industry Promotion Agency. Thank you for honoring this event with your presence out of busy schedule. Head of Creative Shop, Park Ki-young from Meta Korea, and Director Thomas Bedas from NVIDIA, and all the other Metaverse professionals and speakers from home and abroad. Thank you for attending this Global Metaverse Conference. Today and tomorrow, we will have the Global Metaverse Conference and ROK-ASEAN Forum. And this is the very first XR Metaverse Conference that's been held in the southern and eastern part of Korea. As you know well, XR and Metaverse business will be a very promising future business. And according to the PwC report, a global research firm, for the next 10 years, it will grow by 40% on average per year. And by 2030, it will grow to 2% of the global GDP. It is a very promising business of the future. With this whole big wave of the world, Korea announced this Metaverse strategy for the first time in Korea, and we set aside the budget of 556 billion won to develop the Metaverse business. This Metaverse industry offers a great opportunity and also crisis for the ICT companies in Korea. The birth of the Metaverse business will mean that it will be a very new business opportunities for the future for the ICT companies, and this presents us a huge opportunity. But on the other hand, it is being now dominated and led by the global companies and leaders for the next generation solutions. So we should not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, we may not be able to gain the upper hand in the global market. So we hope that this conference will be a great opportunity to share the global trends and the ideas of the Metaverse industry with the local ICTs and turn it into a great opportunity for not just the local economy and a core driving engine for the country as a huge turning point. With that spirit, at the global conference, global Metaverse conference and forum, we will share the global trends in the global track and also the local track, where we will touch upon the policies and the industry trends. And at the ROK-ASEAN forum, we will introduce the demands of the ASEAN countries and also the support programs for the next year. I hope that you will be able to learn the latest trends at home and abroad on the Metaverse and also plan the support programs for the next year from the ROK-ASEAN forum so that you can build the foundation for the growth. Our agency will also support and make ceaseless efforts to keep up with these whole trends in the Metaverse industry. I wish you all the best and happiness and health for all the attendees. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. President Chung made a great remarks, and Metaverse conference participants, and he also touched up the importance of the forum. As he mentioned, it is a very timely conference on the topic of the Metaverse, and from the forum, I hope that the companies in Korea can seek the opportunities to advance into the global market. Thank you, President Chung, for the great remarks.
Next, we will have a welcoming speech. In order to congratulate this event, we have Director Jung Na-young on behalf of Mayor Park Hyung-jun of Busan Metropolitan City Government.
Young, Section Chief of AI Software Division of Busan Metropolitan City. 여러분 큰 박수와 함께 무대로
Please give her a big round of applause. Nice to meet you all. I am Director Jung Na-young from AI Software Division of Busan Metropolitan City. I would like to welcome you all who came to Busan to participate in the 2022 Global Metaverse Conference. So far, ROK and ASEAN countries have cooperated for mutual growth. Through this conference, we are keeping up with the pace of the global digitalization. And through this conference, we'll gain idea and insights on the future steps. The metaverse and the industry is far more than some game industries. Metaverse and NFT industries are gaining a lot of attention and expanding large, and we are seeing some tangible results. Metaverse and NFT companies are based in Busan, MICE, and Busan healthcare tourism industry has the platform, its own platform. We have Busan Metaverse platform, and with this platform, we will further revitalize this industry. I hope that this forum will be a place where we share the insight and latest trends of Metaverse and IT industry and take a leap forward. Going beyond just the Republic of Korea, I hope that this forum will be a stepping stone for the Korean and ASEAN countries to further grow this industry. Please give us a lot of support. Thank you. Thank you. Jung Na-young, Director of Busan Metropolitan Government, mentioned about the Busan efforts to boost this industry and Busan Metaverse platform. And she also gave a little speech about the meaning of this event, which is being held in Busan. Thank you. So this is the end of the opening ceremony of the conference. And we will have 2 keynote speeches from now on. Let's begin Global Metaverse Conference and ROK-ASEAN Forum 2022. We have 2 days scheduled ahead of us, and we will have Global Metaverse Conference Track 1 and 2, as well as ROK-ASEAN Forum. Renowned Metaverse experts from home and abroad will share their insights. And after the presentation, we will have Q&A sessions as well. So for our online participants, please leave your questions in the chat box so that we can cover that. And for those of you who are here with us, if you raise your hand, we will give you the microphone. So while listening through the presentation, please think of any questions you may have. So the first session is track 1, which is on global metaverse trend.
Now, let me invite the head of Creative Shop, Park Ki-young from Metaverse Korea, Meta Korea, and he will talk about the road to the Metaverse, accelerating business leap into the future. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to speak here. On behalf of Meta, I will do my best to make great presentation to inspire you and to help you better understand on the metaverse. I hope you will enjoy my presentation. I'm a keynote speaker, and my topic is the road to the metaverse, accelerating business leap into the future. That is the title of my presentation. I am head of Creative Shop, Park Ki-young from Meta Korea. Well, let me tell you about what I'm doing in my company. My team, we have this global creative consulting function in the company. So using our platform, we help the businesses can interact with the customers, especially about the creatives. And Metaverse is really about having the right creativity. So we connect the consumers or clients with their own customers. Before the pandemic, this is the picture we took before the pandemic. And of course, after the pandemic, things are now coming back, and I hope we can have this large gathering again. So let me start my presentation. Some of you may remember, but just in case, let me tell you, Meta, the company, we were called Facebook, and October last year, we had the Facebook Connect on an annual meeting, and our CEO usually makes a huge new message, and he shared his vision about the metaverse, and he also played his vision video, and also he announced the vision. Actually, in this video, there are so many solutions and new ideas and plans that we will have for the future. Well, at the time, you may remember it was not just about the Metaverse vision, but at the time, a lot of things have happened. And Facebook changed its brand name to Meta. So if you remember Metaverse, I mean, even today, we are also living in this new world, but it's really fully an immersive world. But this whole full immersive world will come only in 10 or 5 to 10 years. But as a person who is in marketing and creative and business, I believe the Metaverse will have or present unlimited opportunities and huge potential for the business. So I'm really excited about Metaverse and what it can do for us. So why Meta, our company, is so into the Metaverse? As you may know well, the mission of our company has never changed. We connect the people and we make them closer, and we bring the world closer together. That has been our long-standing vision, and on many platforms we have been implementing the vision. This is familiar to you, Facebook and Instagram, and also many teenagers use the Facebook Messenger, and around the world, well, we have KakaoTalk in Korea, and WhatsApp is the one that other parts of the world are using. So many users are using and loving our platform. So now, as a whole, we have 3.7 billion users who are on our platform. So this whole journey led us to take the journey for the Metaverse. So we wanted to have the right name for this new business. Mark Zuckerberg said, well, the Metaverse, in some sense, it is not just one platform. It is not something that one company can do alone. It is like the embodied internet. So it is the future of the internet, and we will be getting into the internet. So that is the embodied internet, and I fully agree to his comment. So we, all the platforms were combined together, and we renamed ourselves into Meta.
We imagine is possible. The experiences you'll have, the creative economy we'll all build, and the technology that needs to be invented, as well as how we're going to all do this together.
So I want to play this whole video, but let me unravel it with different pieces to tell you where we are now. So in a word, what is the Metaverse? Metaverse is not the internet service that we log on to, but we are now jumping into this space, and that is called the Metaverse. It is a virtual space. And sometimes people take it wrong. So Metaverse is a virtual reality only. No, that is not the case. VR is a part of the medium, but there are so many other tools available for the Metaverse. So my presentation will be about what there are in the Metaverse with some examples. So from the Facebook Connect, and in just one video, there's so many codes, but let me show you one thing. I'm sorry. Okay. The video is not played anyway. There are so many characters in one place, and they have conversation. So where are we now? There is a creator, and he created this whole virtual space, and there are so many different avatars and characters, and they have the conversation. So these avatars, or the virtual reality, or the Metaverse, here the avatars are there, and they represent yourself. So these avatars are your ego or your digital identities, and different avatars. It's not just about the appearance, but also they have digital wallet or the NFT, and all these things are all combined, and it can help you to have a digital ego. And there was one message that we announced recently. We have this Meta avatar store. And on Facebook or Instagram, if you are the user, you may know if you create an avatar, all the platforms from Meta, you can use them all across all the platforms. So these avatars, if you are into the fashion, you can have this Balenciaga or Tom Brown and other famous designers' clothes are also available on this store. And starting with the US, and we are trying to expand that into the other parts of the world. So you can choose different designers' clothes and you can express yourselves with different taste. So it was about the avatar, so we have to mention the NFT as well. Well, today we will not be able to deep dive into NFT, but this non-fungible token is a digital asset and it is now creating a whole new wave. So I remember it was last week, including Korea and around 100 countries around the world, the NFT owned by people, you could post them on the on our platforms. So the NFT asset, you can have some flashing functions and you can have the automatic tag. The artists or creators are the first group to use this function and it will be made available to the broader group of users. So diverse blockchain technologies and these tokens and the tools will be combined to leverage the value of the NFT. So let me show you what are there. So Metaverse is not just about the VR, but VR is an important part of the Metaverse. So we have the Meta Quest 2. It was Oculus in the past. And here also we have the VP from this former Oculus. And actually the Meta Quest, there were so many hardware for the VR. It was very expensive and it had wired, but it was around 400,000 won, and it was like all inclusive, and you don't need any lines. But if you have the connectivity, then you can experience the virtual reality. So it really helped us to expand this whole demand and market for the virtual reality. So what can we do on the VR? So what is the future envisioned by the Meta? So there are so many services available for social, but let me introduce you a few of them. So this is something that you have to keep in mind, which is Horizon World. This may be something new to you, so let me show you. Well, unfortunately, we may not be able to experience it now because it's like a 3D virtual reality, because we only have like a 2D screen, but it's a very immersive 3D. So let me show you the promo video. So that is the intro video for the Horizon World. And it's only for the promo, but this is what you will have under the Horizon World. And the service is available in the US and Canada. And yesterday, it was now available in Spain and France and the other European countries. And we are now expanding the service. And what about Korea? When it will come to Korea, we are now working on it. So the Metaverse, I think this Horizon World will be a leading service for the Metaverse or the Meta. And as you saw, the Horizon World is where you can build your own avatar and you can go in there and you can build your own virtual space. These whole 3D images or the objects are all like the Lego blocks. You can build your own space and you can build on your house. And people even though you don't know much about development or coding, you can just have like a drag and drop, creating some sounds and games and the stories, and you can invite the people and you can have interaction under this space, and it's all available for free. So the democratization of real is what we call it. So real had some barriers so far, but it's all gone now, and everyone is welcome to enjoy this whole service. So about this whole Horizon world, you can build it all yourself, or you can join your friends to build this whole space together. So this is the creation mode of the Horizon world. You can build a game and you can discuss and you can do the coding together and you can build a world together. When you build a world together, and the creators, there are the good creators from the US and Canada, and they will get the fame and they take it as a professional job. And so many people join and they can collaborate with the company. So it's now building a new ecosystem. And let me show you some business cases, because we have to talk about business. So in the US, our team made this. In the US, there is old hamburger brand chain brand, so Wendy's. So they contacted us and they want to build some word under the Horizon world and invite their friends. So that was what we tried to do. So Wendy's has this, it's on like word views and their brand power. So it's like a theme park with their own brand. So we work together, and it's built by the creators that I mentioned before, and we connected them, and the creators were invited, and they invited the people, and there are some free coupons that you can use on the virtual world. Of course, it's a virtual, so you have to go in there and try how you can use the coupons, but this is the future of the business and the advertising and the marketing and how it will change in the future. I hope you will be inspired by it. Well, and Koreans can also feel what it is. So Meta Quest, or if you have this Quest hardware, then you can go into the Horizon workroom. It's a free, and it's like the virtual conference. You use Zoom. So it's for business. You can collaborate for business. So it's a metaverse for work. So here in the workroom, we can have your own avatar, and you can have meetings, and depending on the number of people, you can have different meeting rooms, or in beach or in office. And also, depending on the collaboration, you can also invite the people and have them join in one same meeting room. And you can also connect that with your desktop or your own laptop and bring it in here under the Horizon workrooms. Or if you don't have it, you can just use your own monitor. So everything that you are doing in offline world can be connected with this workroom. So it's very immersive. So I think you can try it. So this is the screenshots of the image. Even before the pandemic, we used this service a lot. So I organized our team work or offsite. So I was the host. So I decorated this different character for my avatar. So my team works in all different parts of the world, but here we are all together. So it is a VR. So under this virtual reality, you can be here in a very immersive way. And you can also do like a high five, and you can feel this whole vibration. So this is a very immersive and new type of the way of working, or new type of collaboration under the Horizon. So many of you might be developers, so there are many ways to develop the VR. So let me tell you what the businesses can do. when they are about to go to VR. WebXR is one thing that I want you to understand better. So WebXR is available under the web, and it's the VR contents. So let me tell you more about it. So there are three ways how you can build these apps. The first one is the native app, and you can download the application from the App Store, but it takes some time. And it takes like 6 months, and for business it's hard to do it right away. And the other thing is like the Horizon World, you can have the social platform, and you can have like a Wendyverse, you can create your own world, but it's not available in Korea today. So what can we do? It's in the middle. Browser app is what we can do. It is the WebXR. Inside the Oculus Quest, there is a browser. We call it like a MetaQuest browser. It's available. And from this browser, you can see the content. So if you have this URL address, then anyone can go in there. You don't need any verification because it's only just a website. So it offers a very immersive experiences on the VR mode. So on the mobile browser or desktop browser or Quest browser, are where you can try the service. Let me show you one case that we worked on with a local company. Hyundai Motors is the company that we worked with for collaboration. So we put it in this virtual display. So it's a 3D space, and it's available on the web browser. So it's a web VR. That's what I want you to remember. So you may have seen many high quality VRs, but this is a bit different from them. So as you can see here, this is a web browser and immersive browser, and avatars can access, multiple avatars can get in there, and you can have this social presence and high fidelity cars and their needs, and can be experienced here as well. It is a web-based service, so it can be connected with the web data. And as I mentioned before, it's available on any browser for the users to experience. So it helps you to have more opportunities. When business want this function, it can be one solution. And this is available and accessible from any browser. So Oculus Quest, even though you don't have the Oculus, you can try it. So far I talked about the VR, and many people are missing this AR, augmented reality. Meta, for a long time, have been working on and investing into this AR platform, and our platform is the Spark AR. And this is the second platform I want you to remember. This is the largest platform we have in the world, and when we launched it, it was made available for free for anyone, so that people can do their coding and create the AR contents and post them on their own Instagram. So we are offering the tools for free. And let me take an example. The Spark AR, if you go to the sparkar.com, there are so many resources available. So Spark Studio is available for free. It's a desktop-based application, and there are so many templates. And even though you are not a program developer, you can change the object, and you can create your own Instagram account or business account or your company account, and you can add this AR effect. And on the right, you can see this hub for the Spark AR, where you can manage how many people are downloading and viewing your account. So it's all available for free. If you want more sophisticated function, you can add some coding, which is also open, but it's available for anyone. So that is democratization of the AR. Let me show you some examples. I show you the Ionic 5. So Ionic 5, and this was actually launched as a campaign, and AR turned Ionic 5 car model. As you can see here, the existing AR required downloading the app, but you don't need to have it. You can just go in there, and it's within your own camera under the Instagram, and you can see this whole AR effect. It's a very good advantage. And when you take a picture, then you can share it and on your Instagram stories. It's all available, and this all AR effect is available on mobile, and it takes like a 4 megabyte, small, but you can have the effect anyway. And when companies want to have some advertising, we have this AR advertising for targeted customers. You can advertise this chair, and then on Facebook or Instagram, when you tap it, it will show the AR, and you can try how to display this whole furniture at your home, and you can also click the purchase or buy button to convert the traffic to the shopping site. It is all really transformation of this whole experience. And on the Facebook, you can have this quiz to attract the traffic, and it can be used for more conversion and more traffic. So I talked about the AR. So what about the smartphone? Is it the only one or the only tool? Smartphone is good tool, but our ultimate goal is AR glass. Because glass, I'm wearing glasses, it's very easy and intuitive, and it's very convenient. But AR glass is still, there's a long way to go, because there are some issues that we need to tackle. We have the research project area, and it's not the AR glasses yet, but with a lot of research and data, we are now looking into how it can learn and acquire the data. But as the first step, last year we collaborated with Ray-Ban to launch our very first prototype of the smart glass. It's not technically the AR glass. Let me tell you, this is not AR glass, but there are some glasses, and with the camera, you can take a picture and you can upload it on your stories. It's smart glasses. But in the future, these AR glasses will become a very fashionable glasses. So I showed you about these AR and VR technologies. But this is something that Meta can do alone. So we have to build it together, and along with many developers, we are opening many great platform technologies to developers, and we have the reality labs within the Meta. It is a very core function of researching the metaverse, and let me show you what they are doing for their research projects. For example, to make it available for anyone, we call it presence platform. So for example, when we develop the VR content, you use your hands and you have this interaction with your hands, and to prevent that other developers from doing it from scratch with their bare hands, anyone can leverage this VR experiences. And voice is also important. Voice recognition is available, or the mixed reality. So your own physical reality and virtual reality are combined. So you can play the piano. Although I'm not good at playing piano, you can learn how to play piano. So this is the SDK. Anyone can develop it very fast. Not just platform, but Mark also uploaded this video for our new VR device for the new project. Let me show you. So please listen to the voice of the Mark.
I want to show you 4 VR research prototypes that we're working on to invent displays that are as vivid and realistic as the physical world, and much more advanced than traditional computer screens we use today. First, we need retinal resolution, and that means getting up towards about 60 pixels per degree. So we built Butterscotch. That's this prototype that lets you comfortably read the smallest letters on an eye chart. Second is focal depth. Normal monitors are a set distance away, so you just focus in one place. But in VR and AR, you need to be able to focus on things that are very close and very far from you. With varifocal and eye tracking tech, our halftone prototypes let you focus on any object at any distance. We also need to fix optical distortions in software so quickly that it's imperceptible to the human eye. Next is high dynamic range. Nature is often 10 or 100 times brighter than modern HD TVs and the highest end monitors, and we need those colors to be just as vivid to feel realistic. So we built Starburst, the first HDR VR system that we know of. The goal is to fit all of these technologies into a device that is lighter and thinner than anything that currently exists. So we built HoloCake 2, a working experimental device using holographic displays that can already play PC VR experiences. Now there's still a long way to go, but I'm excited to bring all this tech to our products in the coming years.
So it was, thank you, Mark, for your kind introduction. So you saw it with all the studies. But all this work and projects, what is the ultimate goal? It's all for social presence. So we want to make it more immersive, more realistic, so that people can really feel it like a real. So to do this, there are so many other infrastructure needed. We have these reality labs, and they have Meta AI. It's an AI team. And one thing they did was, well, when you have the metaverse, you can meet with the people. And what is the concern? Language could be one barrier because we have to communicate together. So what we did was NLLB 200 is the term. So the AR model. So it helps you to interpret real-time all the languages, almost all the languages spoken in the world. So for example, African language, it's only spoken by a few people, but we have a professional company. There are like 25 companies. So we have like 55. So almost all the languages can be covered by this amazing, powerful AI. And it's a metaverse based, and it will be operated on the metaverse platform. And it also requires a lot of supercomputing power. And so we are now working on the next generation AI supercomputer. And this is the best and smartest supercomputer to support these whole metaverse functions and services. But it's not just about technologies, but there are so many other things to deal with, like policies and regulations and so many other things. In Korea, we work with the Seoul National University and other leading universities in other cities to think about, because this is new. This is something that we have never been before. We have to think about what we need to do to protect the people and to have the safety measures. And all this discussion is now taking place with a lot of different stakeholders and different groups. So Metaverse, as I mentioned, it cannot be built just by one person. Of course, Meta is very into the Metaverse, and we are now working and have been working on this. But companies come to us and ask a question, what can you do right now and what will be the future? There are so many things that we can do, but for different stages, we are talking about the different futures, and I showed you the examples. For example, let's say, what can you do as a company? As a brand company, if you want to access customers, the Spark AR can help you to get closer to your customers, or the Horizon World to be available in Korea soon, or other social services. You can make your own stories on a virtual world and connect with the people so that you can join this 3.7 billion users of our platforms. And this is something that we have to work together to build the whole world. So these stories in the virtual world, how will it impact us? This is my final message. And let me show you a short advertisement before closing.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day, this lecture hall will be made of code. And though they're virtual students, what they'll learn together is real. A surgeon will be able to practice as many times as needed in the metaverse before laying her hands on a real patient. These students aren't really back in 32 BCE, but they can still watch Mark Antony debate in ancient Rome. The metaverse may be virtual, but the impact will be real.
So I love the last word, metaverse. I talked a lot about the virtual stuff, but it's not just the virtual, but the impact will be real. It will have real impact on our life, and Meta will work with the partners and different organizations with our genuinity for the metaverse. Thank you for listening.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So we may take some questions. So please stay on the stage. So from the first keynote speech, we learned about different applications of the metaverse. And from the floor, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. You may raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. It was a great and very detailed, meticulous presentation, so we don't have any questions, but let me wait for a few minutes. So let's see if you have any questions from online. Let me read the question. Recently, the mobile advertisement has been adopting different technologies of like AI and AR. So Metaverse, can it become the leading technology for the advertisement? Of course, that is a very good question. Thank you for the good question. I don't have any present for you, but I really want to say thank you for the question. Well, of course, as you may know, Meta platform, we have the Facebook advertisement, and there are not just the large companies, but there are so many like a one-man, small-scale companies who are running their advertisement and to interact with their customers. And with a small amount of money, they can have like a targeting advertisements. So the mobile advertisement can play an important role. Metaverse will have an impact on this advertising business. We talked about the avatars, and on Facebook and Instagram, you will only see them in 2D. But when you go to the horizon world of Meta, then they will be available in 3D. So what does that mean? Facebook or Instagram, the 2D applications, and we upload these photos on the stories, and all these experiences will not be just 2Ds, but it will be connected with a 3D, the images and the NFT, and all these things will be connected. So companies now have this physical and 2D web, but there are far more than that. More virtual and broader space will be available when they are combined with the new technologies, and it will be even like unlimited. And what they can offer for us, I mean, that is really the future of the advertisement. When it's not just the advertisement, but it's a very content and experiences that we can offer to these target segments. So that will be the future, and it should have an impact. Thank you very much. So from the floor, do we have any questions? You may raise your hand to ask a question. Okay, on the back we have a question. Please give her a microphone. Please stand up.
네, 잠시만 기다려 주십시오. 혹시 리시버 괜찮으실까요, 상무님?
네, 질문하셔도 되겠습니다.
아, 네. You can deliver your question in English.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. So I am Angela. I am a student at Busan Tehakyo, and I'm currently an intern at BAIPA. So my question is, seeing all of these technology from Meta, it's largely visual. So I would want to know what kinds of technologies being developed for people who are visually impaired. Like, how can it be inclusive for everyone?
영어로 답변 간단히 하겠습니다.
영어로 정이니까
He will answer in English. Then I will answer in Korean.
Great question. For the inclusive point of view, we do care about our diversity and inclusion in our community. So what I showed today is behind scene. There are so many inclusive efforts we are working on. So, for example, so we do invest so many the scholarship or technology that you can use in the freely. So that's why we call the democratized and VR. So and AR. So we do care. So maybe this could be the short answer. 뭐 한국말로 동시로 하니까 좀 웃긴 하지만.
So what we are doing is not about the technology. So there are the vulnerable people who may be excluded from this whole technology development. So the education and support, and for different market segment, we are trying to be inclusive. And also inside the company, actually the power of inclusion comes from the fact that anyone can be a creator and anyone can contribute by creating these contents or videos or business opportunities. We offer them the platforms where they can create all different opportunities. Although I couldn't touch upon the point much, but we are working on that too. Thank you very much. So it's available for anyone, and anyone can be a creator. It's a very inclusive technology of Meta. Thank you for answering the questions. And once again, Mr. Park, thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
So far was Director Park Ki-young from Meta. Next, we will have the second keynote presentation. So we have a foreign speaker from NVIDIA. We have Thomas Badnash, Director of Strategic Research Engagement for APAC and EMEA. The presentation title is Collaboration Simulations, AI and CG for Effective Digital Twins Applications. So he is joining us via online. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Tomasz Bednarz, Director of Strategic Research and Engagement for APAC and EMEA here at NVIDIA. Unfortunately, I was not able to come to Busan face-to-face, thus I am broadcasting to you from my office in Sydney, Australia. I hope you are enjoying your time and this wonderful conference. And my presentations will cover several different topics, including Metaverse, Omniverse Foundational Technology Showreel. I will show core applications to robotics and Isaac Sim simulations, and I will touch on physics ML using modules and so on. I hope you will enjoy. The Metaverse, right? The Metaverse is a concept from the 90s, first coined by science fiction author Neil Stevenson in the book entitled Snow Crash. The Metaverse is a concept of connected virtual worlds that will grow organically as the internet did, continuously and simultaneously across all possible industries. And as with the internet, the Metaverse is a computing platform that requires a new programming model, a new computing architecture, and new standards. And as we know, HTML is the standard language of the 2D web. How about the 3D web? We believe that the USD, Universal Scene Descriptions invented by Pixar, an open extensible language of 3D words, is likely the best language for the Metaverse. USD is far more than just a static file format. It is a 3D composition engine with the APIs for composing, editing, querying, rendering, collaborating, and simulating virtual worlds. NVIDIA views the Metaverse from the industrial engineering angles. Omniverse is built to enable a new era of 3D design workloads. And the next era of AI requires a scale, diversity, and accuracy of data that's impractical and in many cases impossible to capture through traditional means. The only way to produce the data we need is by synthesizing it. And in order for AIs trained in simulations to succeed in the real world, it requires them to be trained in environments that are indifferent from reality, meaning that have to be physically accurate, obeying the laws of physics, and so on. Omniverse is built for this very purpose. This is the beginning of the new future with so many new open possibilities. In the new iteration of the internet, the world of websites will become interconnected 3D spaces. The world we live in and experience every day will be linked and synchronized in real time with digital worlds for almost everything, and including entertainment, gaming, socializing, work, and play. The augmented world is coming. Let me show you a showreel of Omniverse capabilities. Ready? Let's go.
do in Omniverse?
Wow, that was amazing, right? NVIDIA Omniverse is a USD platform, a toolkit for building metaverse applications, and a compute engine to run virtual worlds, built for virtual collaborations and real-time photorealistic simulation. Complex creator, designer, engineering visual workflows are transformed as users and teams connect design tools, assets, and projects for collaborative iterations in a virtual world. It changes the way we create and develop as individuals and work together as teams. 3D workflows, whether design or simulation, are now an essential component of every industry. In traditional professional visualization verticals such as architecture, engineering, construction, media and entertainment, product design, before anything is made, it is first designed. In architecture, engineering and construction, advanced technologies and perfectly physically accurate visualizations are becoming crucial to an industry that is expected to reach almost $13 trillion in global investment by the next year. In media and entertainment, the growing expectations for the high-quality content means that firms are spending upwards 6.5 billion compute hours per year rendering content. In use cases such as industrial manufacturing, scientific visualization, robotics, or autonomous vehicles, designers, engineers, and simulation experts require physically based photorealistic 3D simulations that emulate reality. And now, when are you building virtual worlds? Traditional 3D workflows we know are very complex. These workflows require a team with a broad range of skills. Those teams typically include engineers, designers, and artists, and each has their own special skill sets requiring their own tools, systems, and work environments. In the 3D ecosystem, there are many companies selling over CAD tools. There are CAD programs for specific industries, regions, and tasks. And every major design company has its own independent system of add-ons, adjacent products, and customizations, and they are often incompatible with each other. This leads to workflows plagued with tedious import and export, often causing mistakes, model to break, and time lost, of course. This is a key point, tedious import and export, actually. Incompatible files, lost data, corrupt files, they are all struggling with this. 3D production only gets more complex as you add technologies like global illumination, real-time ray tracing, AI, compute, or engineering simulations. Omniverse will allow you to overcome most of those obstacles. With the pandemic and the rise in remote and hybrid workforces, 3D workflows are seeing more barriers on the horizon. New companies have to adjust to the new normal, so giving access to compute power is extremely challenging for hybrid workforces, requiring a physical workstations experience wherever they may be. Data gravity is as well a huge problem. Those ultra-complex, huge 3D datasets are growing infinitely large, which means they are infinitely harder to move and manipulate and infinitely more expensive to store. Finally, file parity, which is the file that is a single source of truth. When you have so many teams, so many individuals, so many tools, so many versions. At NVIDIA, we faced every one of those challenges, which led to the creations of our Omniverse. There are 5 foundational components of the Omniverse platform. First is Nucleus. Nucleus allows users to share and collaborate on project data and provides the unique ability to collaborate live across multiple applications. It can work on your local machine, on premises, or in the cloud. Connect. Connect opens the portals that allow content creation tools to connect to the Omniverse platform and save USD and MDL content. With Omniverse, users continue to work in their favorite industry software applications. Then Kit. Kit is the powerful toolkit for developers and power users to easily create their own custom tools and extensions to accelerate their workflows. Then we have Simulation, which is a powerful suite of core NVIDIA technology that enables that ground truth representations of 3D scene. And last but not the least, RTX Renderer is an advanced multi-GPU enabled renderer based on NVIDIA RTX that supports both real-time ray tracing and reference path tracing. Of these 5 key components create the enabling force that is Omniverse.
We show multiple users using different 3D applications to collaborate in building a virtual world. On the bottom left, a modeler uses Maya to model a bar in the kitchen. On the top left, a layout artist places objects in the scene with Unreal Engine. A texture painter paints the back wall with Substance Painter on the center left. All updates are merged into the same scene in real time, while path traced rendering in Omniverse Kit on the right.
Omniverse Create is the main application of the platform. It accelerates advanced scene composition and allows users to interactively assemble, light, simulate, and render scenes in Pixar USD in real time. This is what allows users to work in a live, synchronous, or asynchronous environment. You can combine separate files from different industry tools into a single project and iterate freely and infinitely. Omniverse View is the application used to review workflows in real time. This app could be used by any number of people, designer or not. Designers could allow their customers to use View to offer real-time feedback during the design process, something not possible before. Also, people using View do not need a technical background as the interface and toolkit are simple to operate. There is also a feature called Waypoints, where reviewers can take quick snapshots and add notes to save for later discussions. Okay, next, let me show you outcome first place of our community competition project that used another application called Machinima that allows you to remix, recreate, and redefine animated video games storytelling with powerful tools and photorealistic rendering. I hope you will enjoy.
So, you may assume, should you choose to accept it, is to paint the astronaut.
Beyond the majesty of the astronaut painting, what makes this masterpiece so special is the larger story it contains. The unique painter of the galaxy is with us at the Omniverse Museum. Please welcome the creative genius.
Omniverse has a large ecosystem of various tools. Powered by NVIDIA AI, Omniverse Audio to Face enables instant automatic facial animations with realistic, believable motions. It allows switching between voices, genders, and languages as well. At SIGGRAPH 2022, NVIDIA has released new improved tools. Watch the animation.
It's so dark. Where is it? I can't see it. I can't see anything. But I know it's there. Waiting.
The beige hue on the waters of the loch impressed all, including the French queen, before she heard that symphony again, just as young Arthur wanted.
Okay, I have a few jokes here. What do you call a fish without any eyes?
Hey, avatars will be everywhere. And there's like many challenges that need to overcome and be integrated into like working platform. For instance, vision, speech, facial animation, conversations, gesture, realistic graphics, body animations, and so on. And it doesn't need to be difficult. Have a look.
I'd like to show you how easy it is to drive your avatars through NVIDIA's audio to face using Avatar Cloud Engine, or ACE for short. In this demo, ACE is powering a MetaHuman and Unreal Engine in real time. That includes natural language processing, a custom voice model, and animation behaviors. Let me show you how it works. Hello.
Hello, my name is Arjun. I am a digital avatar.
What does it mean to be a digital avatar?
I'd be happy to explain. In computing, an avatar is a graphical representation of a user or the user's character or persona. A digital avatar can also be a virtual assistant, like myself.
Can you tell me more?
Avatars are the digital representatives in the virtual world. The characters we control in video games can be thought of as avatars, and increasingly we will adopt avatars as we shop, socialize, learn, and work in the connected online environments that we are calling the Metaverse.
Let me show you another avatar in Metaverse. This is Sam. I've heard a lot about this thing called the Metaverse. Can you explain it to me?
The Metaverse is the 3D evolution of the Internet, a network of connected, persistent virtual worlds.
I'd love to know more.
The Metaverse will extend 3D web pages into 3D worlds and connect the digital world to the physical world. The Metaverse has multiple applications, whether for entertainment, socializing, and gaming, or industrial and scientific use cases to build digital twins.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Sure. I am here if you have any more questions.
Let's now talk about digital twins. There are different types of digital twins. Status twins, typically used for basic condition monitoring, applications such as dashboards or simple alerting systems. It indicates operating parameters and is generally created with visualization tools as well. Operational twins provides more extensive information that is typically used in decision support by operators, reliability engineers, and other decision makers. It is linked to a set of actions or workflows where users can interact with the twin and change operating parameters where control capabilities are allowed, of course. And the simulation twins leverage different types of simulations or AI capabilities to predict, forecast, or provide insight into future operational states. You can use it for predictive maintenance or to improve the recovery yield of a processing plant, for instance. And the Omniverse digital twins are physically accurate with real-to-reality physics, materials, lighting, rendering, and behaviors. Omniverse twins are true real-time, living simulations that are operating in precise timing, where the virtual representation is constantly synchronized to the physical world. This enables enterprises to not only diagnose a single moment in time, but accurately simulate and predict infinite what-if scenarios, like a simulation twin. Coupled with NVIDIA, Isaac, Metropolis, ReOpt, modules, and more, enterprises can achieve an autonomous feedback loop between the real-world and digital twin environment, constantly retraining and optimizing AIs. Built on open standards, Omniverse enables enterprises and developers to aggregate and connect 3D design and CAD applications to build and iterate upon a single source of true virtual worlds. Teams can also connect to extend to IoT, data systems, and industrial automation tools. In the context of digital twins and robotics, let me show you Isaac Sim and static data generation. What it allows you to do, it allows you to import 3D models and create new scenes, provides high-fidelity simulations of complex 3D worlds, provides capability for domain randomizations you're going to see in a second, set up semantic schema for ground truth, as well as it has capability to create synthetic data using different sensors in Isaac Sim, and data can be captured in ROS or ROS2 through ROS Bridge.
Successful development, training, and testing of complex robots for real-world applications demand high-fidelity simulation and accurate physics. Built on NVIDIA's Omniverse platform, Isaac Sim combines immersive, physically accurate, photorealistic environments with complex virtual robots. Let's look at 3 very different AI-based robots being developed by our partners using Isaac Sim. Fraunhofer IML, a technology leader in logistics, uses NVIDIA Isaac Sim for the virtual development of Obelix, a highly dynamic indoor-outdoor autonomous mobile robot, or AMR. After importing over 5,400 parts from CAD and rigging with Omniverse physics, the virtual robot moves just as deftly in simulation as it does in the real world. This not only accelerates virtual development, but also enables scaling to larger scenarios. Next, Festo, well known for industrial automation, uses Isaac Sim to develop intelligence skills for collaborative robots, or cobots, requiring acute awareness of their environment, human partners, and tasks. Festo uses Cortex, an Isaac Sim tool that dramatically simplifies programming cobot skills. For perception, AI models used in this task were trained using only synthetic data generated by Isaac Replicator. Finally, there's Animal, a robot dog developed by a leading robotics research group from ETH Zurich and Swiss Smile. Using end-to-end GPU-accelerated reinforcement learning, Animal, whose feet were replaced with wheels, learned to walk over urban terrain within minutes rather than weeks using NVIDIA's Isaac Gym training tool. The locomotion policy was verified in Isaac Sim and deployed on a real Animal. This is a compelling demonstration of simulator training for real-world deployment. From training perception and policies to hardware in-loop, Isaac Sim is the tool to build AI-based robots that are born in simulation to work and play in the real world.
That's awesome, right? Let me show you another project developed in collaborations with BMW Group. NVIDIA technology was used to design, train, develop, simulate, and deploy the system. Robots were virtually trained and tested using NVIDIA Isaac Sim operating in NVIDIA's Omniverse virtual environment. Multiple BMW Group personnel in different geographies can all work in one simulated environment. Have a look at that.
Inside the digital twin of BMW's assembly system, powered by Omniverse, for the first time we are able to have our entire factory in simulation. Global teams can collaborate using different software packages like Revit, CATIA, or point clouds to design and plan the factory in real-time 3D. The capability to operate in a perfect simulation revolutionizes BMW's planning processes.
Are those gaskets still in the right place for you?
Yeah. BMW regularly reconfigures its factories to accommodate new vehicle launches. Here we see 2 planning experts located in different parts of the world, testing a new line design in Omniverse. One of them wormholes into an assembly simulation with a motion capture suit, records task movements, while the other expert adjusts the line design in real time. They work together to optimize the line as well as worker ergonomics and safety.
Can you tell how far I have to bend down there? So we'll get you a taller one, but there's... Yeah, it's perfect.
We would like to be able to do this at scale in simulation.
That's exactly why NVIDIA has Digital Human for simulation. Digital humans are trained with data from real associates. You could then use digital humans in simulation to test new workflows for worker ergonomics and efficiency. Now your factories employ 57,000 people that share workspace with many robots designed to make their jobs easier. Let's talk about them.
You're right, Jensen. Robots are crucial for a modern production system. With NVIDIA Isaac Robotics platform, BMW is deploying a fleet of intelligent robots for logistics to improve the material flow in our production. This agility is necessary since we produce 2.5 million vehicles per year. 99% of them are custom.
Synthetic data generation and domain randomization available in Isaac are key to bootstrapping machine learning. Isaac Sim generates millions of synthetic images and vary the environment to teach the robots. Domain randomization can generate an infinite permutation of photorealistic objects, textures, orientations, and lighting conditions. It is ideal for generating ground truth, whether for detection, segmentation, or depth perception. Let me show you an example of how we can combine it all to operate your factory. With NVIDIA's Fleet Command, your associates can securely orchestrate robots and other devices in a factory for mission control. They can monitor in real time complex manufacturing cells, update software over the air, launch robot.
And now we can envision even larger scale digital twins. NVIDIA's ELF2 AI digital twin supercomputer will help predict climate change decades out. All the technologies NVIDIA has invented up to this moment are needed to make ELF2 possible. Let me tell you a few words about NVIDIA Modulus as one of the enablers. Modulus is a neural network framework that blends the power of physics in the form of governing partial differential equations with data to build high-fidelity, parameterized surrogate models with near real-time latency. And then, whether you are working to get started with AI-driven physics problems or designing digital twin models for complex nonlinear multi-physics systems, NVIDIA Modulus definitely can support your work. NVIDIA Modulus trains physics machine learning models 1,000 to 100,000 faster, while providing accuracy closer to high-fidelity simulations. For engineers, scientists, and researchers working on engineering and science simulations, as well developing digital twins, for core HPC workloads, CFD, acoustics, structural mechanics, heat transfer, for engineering, climate science, research, healthcare, molecular dynamics simulations. Modules provide high-level abstractions for domain experts, scalable performance, near real-time simulations, and cutting-edge AI approaches to engineering and science. And of course, Modules integrates with the Omniverse. This is an example project done in collaborations with Siemens Gamesa for developing optimal engineering weight models to optimize wind farm layouts. As you can perhaps predict, adding a turbine next to another on the farm can change the wind flow and create wake effects. That is, decreases the downstream wind speeds, which leads to reductions in the farm's production of electricity. Now, with the global level of annual wind power installations likely to quadruple between 2020 and 2025, it's more important than ever to maximize the power productions by each turbine. Have a look how NVIDIA is connecting Modulus with Omniverse.
Total worldwide wind energy capacity currently exceeds 750 gigawatts and is growing faster than ever, with an additional 650 gigawatts to be added in the next 5 years. For companies like Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, optimizing the configuration of each new wind farm is critical for getting the most out of their investment and reducing costs for consumers. When designing a wind farm, it's critical to place each turbine so as to minimize the effects the turbines have on each other due to the wake that they create. Accurately modeling the wake requires high-resolution, high-fidelity simulation data that is specific to that wind farm, such as the geographic location and the terrain. The gold standard for generating this data is the large eddy simulation shown here. But to run just one iteration for a single turbine can take 40 days on a 100-core CPU. And with so many iterations needed to develop an accurate model for a specific site, using CPUs is impractical. Using NVIDIA Modulus and NVIDIA Omniverse, Siemens Gamesa has been able to reduce that 40 days to just 15 minutes, approximately 4,000 times faster. This is accomplished by running the model at a lower resolution, and then, with a PhysicsML model trained using Modulus, to enhance or super-resolve the data. And the results are functionally equivalent to having run the model at full resolution. Let's take a look at the same data presented in a way that clearly highlights the coarseness of the low-resolution simulation. Here, they look like pixelated blobs. In the super-resolved flow field, you can see the finer vortex structures. Now that we have the simulation data, we can build an accurate weight model for the site and optimize the placement of each turbine. Thousands of iterations, accelerated by NVIDIA GPUs, are run as part of the optimization to achieve the maximum power output for each farm while minimizing the cost. And the impact is huge. When using NVIDIA Modulus and Omniverse for a typical 1,000 megawatt offshore wind farm, optimization can provide power to supply up to 20,000 additional homes, and to do it at 10% lower cost.
And this is almost the end slide. It shows NVIDIA solution stack from hardware at the bottom to variety of software on the top. NVIDIA is constantly working to enhance those technologies further for interesting use cases and applications, especially in Metaverse. Thank you so much.
Ready, go!
Once upon a time, it was all fun and games.
NVIDIA started off by making chips for video game machines. Graphics became serious business when people started using NVIDIA for blockbuster movies, medical imaging devices, and the world's most powerful supercomputers. And then one day, researchers discovered that our technology was perfect for AI. Today, NVIDIA is the engine of AI. Engineering the most advanced chips and systems, and the software makes them sing. So robots can lend us a hand. Cars can drive themselves. And even the Earth can have a digital twin. We live to tackle the world's biggest challenges. And don't worry, we still love our fun and games.
Thank you. We had the second keynote presentation. It was from Thomas Bernas from NVIDIA. So from now on, let's have Q&A. So the speaker is online with us. Hello.
Asaya, how are you?
Thank you very much for joining us today. And before we get into the Q&A session, I heard that you want to share with our participants some videos. So can you please begin talking or showing your video?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, if you enjoyed my presentation, some of the techniques that were presented in the presentation, please do scan this QR code and register free to our GTC conference that will be held in September. So I'll leave like a couple of seconds and I will show you actually a live demo. So I wanted to show you, talking about Omniverse, how quickly it is to make live objects. In order to do that, I have like several photographs that I've taken last year. So they are like photographs of the Golden Buddha, right? And they are done from different angles. And there's like traditional techniques called photogrammetry that allows you to scan or create the 3D models out of the 2D photographs. Now, NVIDIA has like a new techniques. It's called instant neural radiance field models. And I wanted to show you how quickly that works. So traditional photogrammetry models to reconstruct the 2D photographs to 3D models, it takes usually like 6 hours to 2 days or 3 days. With the instant nerves, which is I'm running now live on my computer, you will see the input are photographs. And as you're seeing, AI is building my 3D model. So you can imagine for the future of Metaverse, if you want to do scan of your surrounding universe, it's gonna take you only seconds to build those models. And as we speak, you can see the model is being trained. So we're seeing, you know, like the training loss function. We can change different parameters of the training. I can add different parameters to change the appearance of the model, make it a bit more sharp, and go around it. So this is 3 models just from 50 photographs. In just a few seconds, you have this 3D model. And then you can import it to your Metaverse or Omniverse platform and use it as one of the representations of the real world into virtual world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing a precious photo. And can we now go into Q&A session?
Yes.
Thank you. 네, 그럼 지금부터는 바로
From now on, we will have Q&A session with the speaker. If you had any questions while listening to the presentation, please raise your hand. I'll give you the microphone. So far, there is no questions from the floor. We will have a Q&A from online participant first. This is my question from online participant. Recently, NVIDIA released a digital human creation platform, and it was an innovation. Will it be an innovative technology for creating digital human on the metaverse?
So if you watched the SIGGRAPH keynote from last week, that was released at SIGGRAPH 2022. The NVIDIA is creating tool, the Omniverse that I was presenting, about yourself being able to build any kind of applications and doing connectors to your existing applications. If you're building digital humans, you can connect them to the Omniverse platform and basically use additional functionalities, AI models, and pre-trained models, for instance, to enhance your digital humans. So we do have actually several different solutions that are being integrated within the Omniverse platform. And after SIGGRAPH, after last week, feel free to download Omniverse and test some of the solutions. Some of them are in beta stage, but the good stuff is coming in. And again, Omniverse is open platform, so be part of the community and bring your tools, bring your solutions as well, and share it with others.
네, 고맙습니다. 한 번 더.
Thank you. One more question. Do you have any question? Offline participants, do you have any question? One at the front, we will give you the microphone. Due to time limit, please be brief. This will be the last question. Please stand up and ask question. Good afternoon. I am Kim Tae-ung. Can I ask my question in Korean? You showed us a program which converts 2D image into 3D images. I know that there are a lot of errors while doing so. So do you think the recently released technology addressed all the problems that you had before, all the errors that you had before?
Okay, so the technology that I was showing is open source. So perhaps after you come back to your home office or work office, you can download the software called Instant NGR or Instant Nerves, which is available on GitHub for free. And at the moment, of course, this technology and computer vision techniques are evolving as we go. And the software I was showing, also was converging. So at the beginning, you do have lots of errors, but as you go and model being trained on the volume, it reveals more and more details as you go. So you would need to wait several more seconds, and you can see the model in very high accuracy. So if you try to do the same stuff with photogrammetry models, so we're comparing, photogrammetric reconstructions from 2D photographs to 3D, it takes 6 to 2 days reconstruction time. With the Instant Nerve, you could do it in 2 minutes. I can try to share the screen again from my computer because it's still computing. So you'll be able to see the details that come in the time that we're just speaking or having Q&A session. So the details actually improved a lot, as you can see, and the details we can see are absolutely amazing. And of course, again, all the source code is available for free on GitHub. So feel free to, be part of the contributor, give us comments, so we make sure we improve the codes as we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us here in real time. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for joining the Q&A session. Thank you. 고맙습니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 기조 연설은
So we had 2 keynote presentations on the development and case studies of Metaverse. While listening to the presentation, I have high expectation for the future. So we'll have a brief break. And before that, I would like to make important house announcement. All the materials that we are sharing, you can download it via the QR code, but the physical material deck, you need to ask for it to the organizing committee, but after going back, you can download it online. Starting from 45 to 45, you will have global session. See you later.
아세안은 한국의 영원한 친구이며 운명 공동체입니다. 아세안의 발전이 한국의 발전이라는 생각으로
ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠는 가상현실, 증강현실, 홀로그램 등 인간이 외부와 소통할 수 있는 디지털 콘텐츠의 확장입니다. 이를 기반으로 부산에 2020년 문을 연 한아세안 ICT 융합 빌리지는 국내 유일의 ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠 전문 기관으로 한아세안 간의 상호 동반 성장에 앞장서고 있습니다. 세계 최초 한국 5G 기반 ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠를 중심으로 한아세안 간 ICT 교류 협력을 주도하며 미래지향적 관계를 이어갈 차세대 네트워크 구축에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 한아세안 간 ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠 산업을 선도하기 위해 5G 관제 시스템, 홀로그램 화상회의, 혼합현실 스튜디오 등을 갖춘 K-아세안 XR랩을 운영, 5G 실감 콘텐츠 개발 및 검증, 보완, 시연을 한자리에서 시행할 수 있는 인프라를 구축했습니다. 대한민국 기술로 완성된 ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠 인프라는 관련 산업 육성 및 한아세안 국가 간 협업사업 개발 활성화 지원에도 큰 역할을 할 것입니다. 사람이나 물체를 360도 방향에서 촬영하여 3D 데이터 기반의 실감 콘텐츠를 제작할 수 있는 360도 볼륨 매트릭 스튜디오, 대한민국 기술로 만든 국내 최대 촬영 범위를 가진 시설로 약 50대 이상의 4K 카메라, 프리뷰 기능 후반 공정을 위한 맵 정보 제공 등 국내 첨단 ICT 기술의 집약체입니다. ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠를 제작, 유통할 인력 양성을 위해 KXR 전문 교육장도 마련했습니다. 한아세안 전문 인력들이 함께 교육받으며 네트워크를 구축할 수 있습니다.
Dreamed it, the wonder of say. Everything what you dreamed it, the wonder of say. It's like a dream of last night, but it's real in my sight. I see we're in the city of wonder. What you dreamed of, wondrous.
당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. 대한민국 첫 번째 월드 클래스 엑스포. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회. 새로운 엑스포를 원해? 부산에 유치해.
네, 여러분 모두
So please come inside the hall and take a seat. So when everyone takes a seat, then we will move on to the global session. So the global session that we have 4 presentations. So we will begin in a few minutes. Everyone, please take a seat.
네, 여러분 모두 준비가
So are you ready to go? So online participants, I hope you are ready to move on to the next session. So now we will open up the global session. The first speaker is from AMD, Director John Canning from AMD. He will talk about the Metaverse and HEW or hardware technologies. He sent us a recorded video for his presentation, but before playing the video, let me tell you, he will not have a Q&A because he has some other matter. So please welcome his presentation with a big round of applause.
I'm Canning, and I would like to chat with you all about building the future. Some people call it the metaverse. I'll call it the M word, but you can think about it as the next generation of what we're doing online and living in the digital world. If you think about how we've told stories for years, things that we've always done, things that since the beginning of time, we've wanted to tell stories, we wanted to create pictures, and we wanted to paint images for other people. And over time, the tools we've used have become more sophisticated, but still, it's about telling stories and involving others around us, and sometimes immersive. It can be how we dress up. It can be how we tell a story. It can be how we're a different character. If you think of a stage play, those are actors being different people, wearing makeup. Maybe a man playing a woman playing a man, somebody being somebody completely different. What we've done over time is we've changed the stage. We've changed the way we tell those stories. We've changed the way that we put those costumes on. And if you think about it, we have a stage and we build characters. So if we take a little step back in time, we've been doing this for quite some time online as well. And I can use any other references that you want to, but say, take a MUD, a dungeon where we're all playing using ASCII characters to tell stories and to fight dragons. Second Life really is a great example of that, living in multiple universes, building worlds, developing characters, interacting in a social way in a three-dimensional environment, more than just text chatting back and forth. Any number of examples can come up. Hado Hotel, for example, people building hotels and interacting, and it doesn't have to be the over-the-top graphics, but it's a community, it's a story, it's engagement. But each one of these is their own separate little universe. Second Life even had an economy, and an economy that, how was it tied to the outside economy? So that, again, thinking about how these things come together is not a new concept, and it's not something that hasn't happened yet, but it's what is the next iteration, the next evolution? And so there are a couple of key things to think about and tenets. So I like to call this the what is old is new. So if we think about what has happened before, what is the evolution that we're going through? What needs to change? What are the things that are going to impact what happens next? World of Warcraft, not new anymore, but certainly if we think about an online world where people can go be somebody completely different, act in communities, live in a fantasy world that is constantly changing and evolving. But again, that world has been how it was outside stories affecting players. But we could build those players. We could make those characters. We could be somebody completely different. Fortnite, newer example. But again, similar to that, where you have a world, people are being invited in to play, to enjoy, and now even live cultural moments of the past, bringing these to communities of characters that are somebody different than what they've been. So if you think about one of the things that we, building blocks that we are constantly going forward is community. And I say in quotes, gaming, because gaming is really one of those examples. Massively multiplayer worlds, universes are really those examples that we're using to say, what is that next generation? How are we building? How are we putting it together? How are we connecting it? You can even look at things like AR, where it bleeds into the real world, because again, this isn't just about the world of complete immersion, but it's also the world around us and how we're overlaying that world. And the platforms to do that, because there's games that we can play, but then the question is, what is that underlying platform that we can build to? In the past, things like Vermal, where it was a 3D language to our internet, part of the W3C. So again, thinking about what we've had in the past and how we're building on that for the next generations. Some of this isn't new, but some of this is new display technology, faster computers, better connectivity, high resolution displays, different ways of displaying are all affecting on how we think about this next wave, the next iteration. And certainly standards are the key bedrock of this, because again, you can have a proprietary game and a proprietary game world and its own monetization system, but then the question is how does that interplay with others? And maybe it's one of the biggest games and billions of people are involved in it. But again, it's not the only one, and it's not the only environment. So you have to think about, what are our standards? What are our standards bodies? What are the groups that are trying to move this forward in a way that can help build a platform and a stable foundation to build upon? Second Life, as I was talking to engineers from there, was this wonderful set of a wonderful universe with many different worlds that people build. But the problem is there's a fragility in that if they decided to change underlying code where somebody had scripted hair dynamics, the hair could stop working. Yeah. So what are these common base layer that people can create to that the underlying infrastructure can evolve and continue without breaking the world? So thinking of common platforms and what are we leveraging there? If you think about our world today, and you think about what we've lived through the last couple of years, where community isn't necessarily just in a graphical form, but is video. It's people coming together and sharing stories and being in a common environment and sharing common purpose. We can do that in things like roadblocks, where people are now building on top of an infrastructure. And it doesn't necessarily have to be video per se, where people can emote. In this example of capturing facial expressions and translating it to a, Lego head, if you will. Or more sophisticated, things like MetaHuman Creator, where you're able to create characters and really push the boundaries of what looks real. But then the advances recently of MetaHuman Creator to being able to take a mesh and overlay that to a MetaHuman means that now I can take a mesh of my scan of myself and create a MetaHuman of myself. And then you look at the creators that exist around us. In Corey, for example, creating Xanadu. And a simple creator who is basically, not a simple, Corey's never simple, a one-person creator taking advanced tools that you would say was part of a studio and creating a character and breathing life and telling stories. What we're seeing is now you're seeing the infrastructure, like a Roblox or a Fortnite, but then the people who are creating on top of that platform and are telling the stories. World of Warcraft was a world that had stories evolving that we played. Now think about worlds that we are telling the stories and creating the stories. And the accessibility to create high fidelity characters or amazing life experiences or fantastical characters because the tools are available.
What's going on, everybody? So I got my alter ego finished. And his name is Blue. And for the mocap geeks out there, he's set up with the usual recipe of XNs for the body capture, Manus gloves for the hands, AR kit for the face, and it's all happening right here within the Unreal Engine.
Just a little taste, and you can see more online of what Corey's doing. But this is users as creators, people that are participating in these worlds and building for these worlds, building characters, environments, structure, telling stories. So again, we have the common platforms, we have the standards that are driving, that are being able to build on those, the building blocks, and then the people that are creating on top of that. And then what you think about is the tools that they're using and the ways that they're capturing and the sophistication that we've seen in the different kinds of ways that people can capture movement, whether it's a full stage with external sensors, or maybe, as Corey said, an XN suit and Manus gloves to be able to tell stories and to emote. Because one of the things that we want to be able to do is communicate with one another. And that's just not through language. And if you think about the simple video game where if you pressed a button, somebody did a movement. Well, how can we convey human emotion? How can you get this thing where my face is telling you something? You can see excitement. You can see me lean in. You can see me frown. And how does that relate? And those are those gaps that we are closing. And even companies that are using tools like AI to interpolate and to derive facial structure. So me being able to speak into a webcam and that being translated to a digital character. And then you have AI helping tell the stories and helping build the characters. And companies like Charisma and many others that are using AI systems to help structure a story or to maybe drive a non-player character in a believable way so you can interact with them. So it's not just the tools to create these characters or these worlds, but to also help drive, in some cases, these characters and worlds. So thinking about AI as the tools, the creators, the friend, these are underlying things that we're leveraging and pushing forward that are enabling us to create a more rich environment. So blockchain, everybody wants to talk about it. But if you think about it, and you just stop for a second, if you think about digital rights management, the ability to give an attribution and a provenance to a digital object. You know, we had the physical objects, paintings, comic books, a record potentially, you know, that had some physicality. I've got one of these. But as soon as I could record it or change it, or then how do we attribute an ownership to it, right? So if I have a number one of an amazing Spider-Man or a Fantastic Four, I've got that one. How many were printed? There were a number of them printed, so there's a number of number ones out there. But there's a finite set. Digital, it's harder. How do we have a limited version of something? And so things like blockchain and other technologies, and where we call NFTs or non-fungible tokens, are, if you think about continuations of that, how do we attribute ownership, rights, usage, and provenance to digital objects, digital worlds, digital things? How do I secure them? How do I keep, if I make it, how do I say I made this and have some verification of that? So we have to think about those tools and technologies that enable that. You know, things like identity. Sometimes establishing identity is important. Sometimes having anonymity is important. Sometimes verifying the identity is important. But what are the tools and technologies to do that? So these are the underpinnings that we have to think about, that we have to solve. Because it's not enough to make a beautiful digital world and turn people loose and let them have fun. We have the other aspects of this, the security, the identity, the believability. Because if you don't have that, then if I turn that server off the day after that, does it go away? So thinking about the security aspect of it, again, what is mine? How do I protect me? How do you know it's me? How do I make sure you know it's me when it's important to know it's me? These are all things we have to take into account. Security. Key. Sometimes we don't want to think about it, but we all can probably come up with stories of a digital identity stolen, or an identity stolen, or somebody that lost a whack amount of blockchain, Bitcoin, or, you know, had their credit card lifted. We all have seen these moments, and we all have to think about what is that next level, next generation. So I call it the M word, the metaverse, you know, tip of the hat to Neil, because back in 1992, I don't know if he knew what he started coining a phrase, but it's been embraced now. But it is a continuation. It isn't a single thing or a single object or one company building something. But where are we taking the next generation of the web? Is it Web 3? We had our Web 2.0. We used to call it Web 3.0, but for some reason we decided to go be cool and call it Web 3. There'll probably be a Web 4, Web 5. It's iterations, right? The W3C is HTML5. What is HTML6, 7? You know, are there extensions like Vermal that help define how we navigate a more visually spatial world than just a textual world? Is it Ready Player One? Is it that combined universe where anything can happen and I can mix and match and I can build? But if you think about Ready Player One and pull and tease apart, there's some interesting, you know, a DeLorean showed up. Somebody made a DeLorean. Can they own the DeLorean? Is that trademarked? You know, can they go buy the rights to go have a DeLorean? All of those things fit into this next generation. And I bring in, you know, Shapiro's lovely diagrams of of these different things like the media universe. And I apologize, this is US focused, but as an example of the sheer amount of companies and entities that are involved in just media. And if we think about then the cross section with gaming, then we think about where all of this is going. It is this interesting cross section of media and gaming and social that are all, as we look at today, the internet is a base of whether I'm watching something or I'm searching for something or I'm talking to someone. You're just thinking about that next iteration of that. And you're thinking about these companies that come into play in that next generation. One of the things that I will always tip the hat to is Tony Parisi and his rules of what he called the metaverse. And I, as he's gone on and doing some interesting things, and I think these are still things we should discuss and think about, that there's only one metaverse. It's like the internet. There's not multiple internets. There may be intranets. There are those little balkanization or corporate versions of the interconnectedness of our fabric. Kind of look at the metaverse as that next iteration of the internet. Is that we hope it's for everyone. It isn't just a set of selective places for selective people. If you think about the internet today, does anybody really control the internet? Different companies, different entities control different aspects of it. But, different groups can't necessarily just turn it off tomorrow. You can turn off parts of it. You can shut other people off of it. Is it open? Well, I hope so. And if you think about the W3C and where we've tried to progress through the years with the internet, it is this common fabric and technology layer that then lets other people work on top of it. Hardware agnostic? Yeah. Different kinds of hardware will access it different ways. It's a network, it's a fabric, it's that base layer that then we're building on top of. So to us, the metaverse is the internet. It's that next generation. So I challenge you to think about a couple of things along here. It was said, few of us have a canonical digital identity. What is my digital identity as I traverse through these different worlds? If I'm going to be in World of Warcraft, I'm going to be a different character than I am in Fortnite, than I am in maybe a social sphere or a professional sphere. But what is my core digital identity and how do I identify it? How will I represent myself? How will I create my characters? How will I be involved? And what will I build? Or will I participate? I think these are all big questions to ask ourselves as we continue down this path. And I appreciate you all listening. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there physically with you all, but I hope you all are building something amazing and seeing what comes next. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다, 여러분. 다시 한
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of hands or applause. So he opened up the global session. Director John Canning, thank you for the presentation. And we may not be able to have a Q&A, so we will take a 10-minute break again. And the next presentation will begin from 3:20. After break, I will come back.
So second presentation of the global session will be joined from overseas. He is here with us. We have Mr. Nicolas Moreno de Palma, Chief Commercial Officer of Holograms, and he will make a presentation on user-generated content for the metaverse. So we will have a Q&A session after the presentation. So for those of you who have questions, please feel free to ask after his presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. 안녕하세요. My name is Nicolas Moreno de Palma, and I am the Chief Commercial Officer at Holograms. So today I'm going to speak about the user-generated content for the metaverse. But before that, I wanted to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank the Busan IT Industry Promotion Agency for having us and for organizing this wonderful event. And yeah, I'm going to get started by prompting first an interesting thought. So if you think of it, and if you think of the platforms that you use every day for your own leisure, or perhaps even for work, most of the content that you see in that platform is generated by other human beings. So other normal people, like we all are, posting their pictures on social media, posting videos, sharing comments, maybe sending you an instant message. All that can be called user-generated content. So in the end, if we think of this, most of the content we consume in our daily basis is that kind of user-generated content. Now, what's the situation for the metaverse? So currently what we're seeing is what we call a metaverse bottleneck of content creation. It means that most people can create their own content, and so the situation we have so far is that mostly only professionals can create content. There are tools out there that are kind of bridging the gap, but the situation has been mostly that in order to create content for the metaverse, for augmented reality, virtual reality, you need to have technology skills, so you need to have specific training. You need to have what we're calling here pro equipment, which might be like a great computer with an NVIDIA GPU, for example, something like that. You might need specific cameras, you might need specific sensors, which is another barrier to access. And finally, you probably need large budget to get started with this. Even if we were seeing that great example of an individual creator that had built himself a setup, but he was already using an iPhone, which is not necessarily cheap, with the support for the head. It had a motion capture. There were many elements to that that are not easy for a normal human being to access and to use. In contrast, what we see the future for this is what we call the user-generated content paradigm, which is what we're seeing with that kind of social media experience that I was talking about before. And there are three principles about this: simplicity, accessibility, and affordability. So in contrast with what I was describing just now of the current situation with the metaverse, if you think of any of those social media that you might use at home, pretty much it takes 2-3 taps to get to where you want to go. So that's the simplicity. It is very accessible. You typically just need a smartphone. Maybe you might need a laptop for some of these things, but mostly with just your smartphone, you're good to go. And they are affordable, even free. So if I want to post my picture, share with my family that I'm here participating in the conference today, I just need a smartphone, take the picture, tap twice to get to the app I want, and send that picture to my family for it to reach everywhere. And that's what we want to see as well in the metaverse. People being able to do the process of the user-generated content within the metaverse. And in particular, my company specializes in one of these fields of user-generated content. And in order to introduce that part, I want to talk about humans versus cartoons. And cartoons is a way of putting it. Like avatars can get very realistic, and we've seen that even today. But what I want to spark here is that, again, that thought of like thinking of the platforms that we use in our daily lives and how many of those platforms use real people versus how many use cartoons or avatars. And the reality is that real people also like being real people in digital media. And I open my favorite social media, I open my WhatsApp, and I get people sending me pictures of themselves. I see pictures of my friends and videos of my friends spending their holidays now that it's summer in cool places around the world. And it's them. I'm not seeing a cartoon, I'm not seeing an avatar, it's themselves. Of course, cartoons and avatars have a lot of use cases, and luckily, avatars are already enabling people to be themselves in the metaverse in that way. So we're seeing great examples on the screen of some of those apps. I think today we had the example of Meta Horizon and how through cartoons or cartoony avatars, they get a lot of expression, they get a lot of presence in that virtual reality world. But there might be other applications coming that might require real people to be there and people wanting to show as we are in those spaces. And that's where volumetric video comes in. So I don't know if you're aware, but volumetric video, it's essentially video but in 3D and bringing real humans into 3D. Korea is one of the most advanced countries for this in the world, and you guys have some of the best capture studios that are out there. But again, just in short, this is a way of bringing humans into 3D worlds, like the ones that you see in the example. The way this started is, as I was saying, with really advanced volumetric capture studios. So here on the screen, you have a selection of different studios around the world, and this typically includes green screens, dozens of cameras, lots of technology, server farms processing the information behind the scenes, lighting, and obviously people managing the studio with specialized skills, production skills, technical skills. But in the end, what you get out of this is really, really cool results. So I'm just going to, just for people that might not be familiar with the technology, talk about a couple of projects that my company did back in the day with professional capture studios. And so this is, for example, something that we did with the National Gallery in London. And the idea was to bring visitors of the National Gallery to the original site where one of the paintings was like shown, which was a temple in Italy in the 18th century. And so the idea was that people could get their headset on. By the way, it was a Meta Quest 2. And they were getting that, through that VR headset, they could be in that temple. But when they were designing the experience, they thought, if people are just in the temple on their own, it's going to feel quite empty. So their idea was, let's bring people in to tell the story. And so thanks to our technology, they brought 2 actors acting as the original monks that lived in that temple, to explain why the painting was painted that way and why it was important for the visitor. And so this was a way of bringing to life not only the painting and its original environment, but also the history of it. This other completely different project was done with the London College of Fashion for the London Fashion Week. And essentially it's a virtual try-on whereby a real model was brought into a VR experience, wearing different sets of clothes. And so the person had the agency. You could control the catwalk in the way you wanted, change the stage where it was happening between many different real and unreal worlds, changing the clothes of the model. And instead of just being a passive consumer of the catwalk, you were configuring it. And that was the nature of the idea. And finally, kind of a low budget but very interesting project that we collaborated with is this Inspiring Women project, whereby in order to expose women early on in their education, so school girls, to female role models of scientists, technologists, and so on, they brought into, like using volumetric video, they brought into an AR app 2 historic Irish scientists that represented precisely that that role model of the female scientist and technologist. And so children now in the classroom can get the story directly from these people by placing them in their space using augmented reality. All right, so these were just a few examples of volumetric video and how it can be used to deliver great experiences. And here in this slide, you get a few more of how it is used in entertainment, in events, for virtual production, and from other things. But again, all this takes a lot of resources. And I was speaking about the studio, I was speaking about all that. And you might be thinking, Nico, you started all this presentation talking about user-generated content. How do both of those things come together? And this is the big question that we asked ourselves a couple of years back. So we, as I was saying, we were operating our professional volumetric studio in Dublin and providing technology for other volumetric studios to process their data into 3D. But suddenly the COVID pandemic came, all our work stopped, and people couldn't go anymore into the studio. But we had been already playing around since the beginning with an idea, which was, can people do this by themselves? And initially our idea was that a few people using mobile phones and recording things from different perspectives, they could create the 3D. But given the progress of technology and the situation we were in back in 2020, we were even a bit more ambitious and thought, can we bring all this entire studio into a single smartphone? So can we capture this kind of content just using something that everyone has in their pocket? And the answer is yes. And we're kind of very proud to say that we developed the first AI platform. So this is obviously powered by artificial intelligence, by deep learning, that enables to do this type of 3D capture with just one single image. And obviously, if you put one image after the other, you have a video. And so we can do this kind of volumetric video just with a smartphone using our technology. And in this picture, you're seeing just the simplest representation of this with a set of images captured with smartphones. And below, you have the 3D models that were processed and reconstructed out of these images. So the way it works is pretty simple. It's the same process as capturing a video. You use your smartphone, record that video, which we call capture, because in the end, it's some kind of 3D capture. We take care of the rest, so we process that into a 3D sequence that then it can be integrated into pretty much any 3D platform to play it in augmented reality, in virtual reality, and more. And with that, and in the end, we're putting in the hands of every consumer the capacity to create their own amazing content for the metaverse. Right, so the idea beyond the technology is very simple. It's about powering your digital presence in the metaverse, but again, your lifelike digital presence. So if you want to be yourself. And so you just capture with your phone and bring it everywhere. You can use it for AR, VR experiences. We were talking about NFTs before, and you can create your own NFTs, maybe even minting the 3D capture, but also using collectibles on yourself, like wearing digital fashion items. We're also exploring how this may help with video games. Can you create your own characters? Can you rig the model afterwards and bring it into a video game? And also bring it into virtual production, so creating 3D render video using these captures. These are all some of the possibilities that can be happening with this type of captures. And so this is a quick video that shows what I've been describing, but in a way more visual way. So, sorry. Yeah, I'll stop there. So, by the way, that video also showed some of the technology that we're using in the pipeline of processing to go from the 2D video to the 3D. So it's not obviously a single-step process, but we're combining a few different processes based on deep learning. And so one of the things that I wanted to mention today is that this is already something that you can try. And there are different ways to do so. So this first slide refers to the use of this for professional purposes. So the way my company Volograms is already generating revenues, starting to generate revenues because we're an early stage company, is through offering this tool for professional content creators for the metaverse to do in a simple way and without having to spend the resources and money that it takes to go to the studio, their own volumetric experiences. And so, for example, on the screen you're seeing an AR promotion asset that was used for the Augmented World Expo this year. So that's Ori Inbar, the founder of the event, popping up in front of everyone through WebAR to explain what the conference is about. The second one is the first collaboration that we actually did with this concept that was with Hugo Boss, that used the app to capture their models in 3D and then bring this in this kind of gamified space for one of their latest campaigns. And you have many other examples of virtual productions, using it for influencer marketing, immersive experiences such as like tours of sites, promotion of that was like a snack company, and many others that can be done, bringing celebrities into AR, and many other things that you can just do directly with your phone, even if you're a freelance AR/VR creator. But our vision goes even beyond that and beyond only professionals creating. As I was saying before, we are about user-generated content, about everyone being able to do this. And so in the end, what we're trying to get to here is to implement a camera for the metaverse. So something that everyone can have in their pocket to do scalable content creation that features real humans, and you can bring yourself into all types of tools. Our first step to put this in the hands of every user is called Volue. And for those of you that have an iOS device or an iPhone or an iPad, you can download it from the App Store. It's already available. It's been available since September. We have around 20,000 users right now on the platform. And these are all examples of people around the world capturing their own Volograms, that's how we call it, and bring it into AR to do fun videos, to share it with their friends, and so on. Actually, I was saying to someone yesterday, so that one is like an Instagram influencer, is a Korean breakdancer that found our app, we don't know exactly how, and started to create some really fun videos. I think it's called Noodle Gambler. Really fun videos, breakdancing using our app, sharing the space with his own little version of himself. And so yeah, so again, please give it a try. It's intended to be a fun experience. We're not yet thinking of monetizing it directly or doing like a commercial product out of this consumer part, but it's the best way to test the technology, it's the best way to get used to it, and it's the best way to just have some fun enjoying this new type of content creation. That's about Volograms. Today I wanted to talk in general about user-generated content for the metaverse, and the reality is that there are other companies doing great work in this field. So here I just took 3 random examples. There are many more. And if there are any in the room, like if anyone has a product that is working on this field, please raise your hand and share your own. The examples that I picked here, one is Scenario 3D. They do static capture, so similar to what we do, but only for static objects. Then Adobe is working on something called Adobe Aero, which is an app that gives you the ability to do AR authoring just on your phone. So similar to like the apps that let you paint on your phone and so on. This would be a simple way of creating AR experiences directly on your phone, as I said, with a tool by Adobe. And then Kinetics is a really cool startup working on doing motion capture with the phone in a very simple way, and again, make this accessible for everyone to play around with, and many others. And as I said, please raise your hand if you have any other that you want to mention and share here, because it's a very relevant thing. We're building kind of an ecosystem of tools right now through mostly different startups, but also big companies involved. And today we have been discussing how the work that Meta is doing and other big companies are doing in the space to enable simpler and simpler workflows that will make it eventually possible for normal users to also create content. I think that that's also a very interesting approach. And I think we're getting close to the end of the presentation. So a bit of information about ourselves. We're Volograms. We're an Irish company. Even myself, like I am Spanish. We have a very international team. So if anyone visits Dublin in Ireland, please pay us a visit. We were founded in 2018. Last year we won, or this year, sorry, we won the OE award for the best use of AI. These are kind of the Oscars for augmented and virtual reality. And we are a startup, as I was saying, raised 2.35 million euro, which is similar in dollar to date. And we're actually raising a new round. We're supported by some global venture capital funds from Ireland and also other organizations. We're part of the NVIDIA Inception program. We just have John from NVIDIA presenting to us. We've been lucky to be featured in some important media outlets out there, and you can see some of our clients there. I think the most part of this that excites me the most is the team, as I was saying, team of 17 right now, including 5 PhDs and lots of people with masters, and like it's a very scientific company, but it's also a company of great people. And here the little picture that you see, that never happened, in the sense that each one of those people, well, not each one, but most of them live in different countries, and they just capture their own selves using our app, send us the hologram to the headquarters, and we process that using, what was the tool that we used? It was one of these 3D rendering tools. But essentially, this is the example of what we're trying to do. Everyone to be able to bring themselves into the metaverse, whatever shape or form it is, even for a render for us like that, like this example. And I think that's it. With that, I finish my presentation. Wait, 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you for visiting our forum in person as well. Thank you. We'll now go into the Q&A session.
Perfect.
네, 발표 잘 들었습니다. 지금부터는 질의응답 시간.
From now on, we will have a Q&A. If you have question, please raise your hand. If there is no question yet, we have online participants' questions. So before going on,
participant, and now I would like to introduce them in Korean, so please use the receiver. Thank you.
So this is my question. The 3D video capture technology of holograms, what kind of innovation do you think you can make on the Metaverse platform using your technology?
It's a really good question. Thank you very much. So one of the, I've presented here today 2 of the ways that we're bringing our technology to the market and to the people. I spoke about how we can use it for professional content creation, and I spoke about how we have our own app called Volue. But the question that was asked is also very relevant. Can this help, in general, build the metaverse? And we think so. So the way we're trying to support that is by also developing like an API for metaverse platforms to bring this capture capacity and this user-generated capacity into their own platform. So the way this can work, just to be clear with that example, is that imagine, like, I don't know what the best known metaverse can can be here in Korea. But like if we think of those type of like Instagram effects or Snapchat lenses or any of those social media AR, you could be capturing your own hologram, exporting that directly into Spark AR or Lens Studio or whatever tool that you're using to create your lens, and bring yourself using a normal standard Instagram effect into the platform. So again, it would be a way of bringing real people into the metaverse, whatever shape or form. It doesn't necessarily need to be ours. And of course, one of the ideas that we have there for the longer future is with all these headsets that are out there and enable you already to consume content, can they also be tools for content creation? So can we use an Oculus Quest, for example, to record content and immediately visualize it, set it with our friends, content that is from the real world? And we think it's possible. We're working on it, and that's some of the things that we're working on innovating and supporting the metaverse.
네, 고맙습니다. 자, 이어서 저희가 온라인으로 취합된 질문이 한 개 더.
Thank you. We have one more online question. Recently, using 3D video capture technology, there is many musical events and performances. What are the core elements of the technology that makes these concerts possible?
That's a great question. So in fact, that's something that excites us pretty much. So music and how it gets into the metaverse, it's an interesting question. And we're seeing, by the way, a great use of avatars and 3D characters for that. So I don't know if people here might have seen the concerts that have been taking place in for example, Fortnite. That was a very famous case. I think also Meta has done some work around this. And typically they have been using, as I was saying, 3D characters, avatars, to represent both the artists and the audience. We're seeing companies beginning to explore the possibility of using volumetric capture to bring the artists into the 3D worlds through professional capture. But what we're also beginning to explore ourselves with a couple of companies around the world is, can people bring themselves into concerts? Because part of the cool thing about an experience of a concert in real life is that you're there, you're seeing your friends, and you're seeing people that you don't know and you might want to know. So by bringing yourself into the concert, even if it's just with a couple of moves and placing yourself in that space, you're bringing a part, like a representation of yourself that might make the experience way more social and way closer to the way real concerts are. That's why we're working on proofs of concept around this like concert and live music scenario. It's still a field that will require a lot of work, and there are lots of technological challenges because you're bringing a lot of connections into the same metaverse room, and like it's very bandwidth intensive. It's very tricky to bring to practice, but it will. Like I'm sure it will completely happen in a couple of years, or maybe even in a shorter time, and we're going to start seeing that evolving little by little until we get to replicating something close to the real life scenario.
네, 고맙습니다. 저희가
Thank you. We have covered all the online questions. I would like to check once more if there is questions from the floor. Please raise your hand once again. Could you please stand up? Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. Currently, I'm not sure that I understand your technology correctly. You said that we can turn the video that we captured using our smartphone. You said that we can send it through the Metaverse platform, whatever we use. So you said that you have completely developed these technologies. So should we use the already captured video, or can we turn our photo, such as my old photograph from my childhood, can I turn it into a character on the Metaverse? If you have such technology, I would like to ask you whether this is possible using your technology.
that's another great question. And in fact, it would allow me to talk about something that we've been recently working on and I haven't mentioned. So yes, the answer is yes. You don't need to take that picture with your phone or that video with your phone in order for it to be able to be processed into 3D and be brought into the metaverse. You can take an existing picture. I'm going to speak about the possibilities, but also the limitations. So you can definitely do that, and we've done things as fun as processing an interview from like an historic character and bring it into the metaverse. So I don't know if you guys know Elvis, but we've put Elvis into the metaverse just by taking a video from him. We've put Cristiano Ronaldo into our like small 3D renders in the office by taking just a video from a game. So you can definitely do that. We've also done that specifically with someone that has come and said, like, I have a picture of my grandfather and I would love to see that in the metaverse. Can I process that? And sure, we've done it, and that's relatively simple. So the technology can be used to process all video materials and make it metaverse ready. And in fact, along those lines, we're working with, we're actually going to present in September a project with the International Broadcast Conference, IBC, whereby we've taken, I don't know if you're familiar with those short videos that at the beginning of the sport games come and they just, like, I don't know, they name the player and the player shows up in the screen like this. So we've turned those videos into 3D for broadcasters to be able to place it, for example, on stage, so do proper virtual production with that. So yes, in general, you can take existing pictures and videos to be processed into the metaverse. Now, here's where the limitation comes. Because we're using artificial intelligence, neural networks, those neural networks need to be trained with the kind of content that you're expecting to see. So our network is trained with full-body human beings. So for some people, for example, have come to us with pictures of their pets, like dogs or cats, and they've asked if we can process that and bring it into the metaverse. The answer is we can try, but the result is not that accurate because a dog or a cat is not that similar to a human being. Also, there's funny effects when the videos don't represent a human being in the way that we've trained the network. So for example, if you take a video only of half body, or if the person is doing a very, very complicated posture, so for example, having a leg over your shoulders, like things that happen when you're dancing and stuff, the results might not be as accurate. So there are limitations to how this technology works, and this will improve and evolve over time. So we can't guarantee that we can take all the pictures that you have from your memories and bring it into the metaverse, but it will progressively happen, and we can definitely start doing so. And sure, like if anyone is interested, please let us know, and we can do some tests around this, or we can tell you how to do them yourself.
Thank you. 네, 혹시 질문이 있으신 분 한 분.
Do you have another question? One more? We can accept one more. If there's none, I'll cover one more online question.
네, 먼저 그러면.
So we'll receive question from the floor first. Please raise your hand. We will give you the microphone. The capturing technology, how many people can we capture at once? And how many time do we need in order to volumize? So I want to ask you about the size. How many people and the size and the volume size? Is there any limitations in terms of these? That was my question. Thank you.
So this is a different approach to the studio. So in the end, you could theoretically process as many people as you want at once. The app, or our own technology, we have developed in a way that it expects to have only one human being on the screen, but like you could have more and then process them one by one. It's not like the studio that you need to see the person from different angles. So as long as you have the person in the screen, you could process it into 3D. Again, if you try with our app, it's only one person at a time. But if there's a specific use case where you need to process more than one person at once, you can definitely do that. And the other question was about how long it takes to process. So it depends on your processing power. If you have the latest NVIDIA GPUs available, so some of those we have in the office and you can process things really fast. If you try with our app for a 5-second sequence, so a short clip of someone to be processed into 3D, it takes around 15 minutes. But that's because obviously we're offering this service for free. We're covering that cost, and we have the cheapest Amazon Web Services right now in place, so it takes a bit longer because of that. But it's a process that takes a matter of a few minutes, depending on how you run it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
Our YouTube channel, I would like to introduce that. 네, 저희 유튜브에 계신
Our YouTube participant asked one question. I'll pose it in English. So for Korean participant, please wear your receiver.
It has two questions in it, so please listen carefully. There is an increasing need for more tools to create 3D content, especially human contents based on the real world, not cartoons. So what is the inspiration behind Vologram's business, and how does Vologram support many customer devices?
Great.
That's the two questions.
Great. Let me think about that. Yeah, I mean, I think I've sort of explained it. The way, like, I would agree, obviously, with the first sentence that was saying there's a need for more real-life type of content in the metaverse. And as I was saying before, it's not that we don't think that avatars don't work. They do work and have a lot of valid use cases for them, but we still feel that there will be a need for also real people to populate the metaverse. And the way we want to support this is just by bringing that camera that enables that to happen at high scale. And I guess that's how we're contributing. And regarding how we bring in this to all devices, I think that in the end what we're trying to be, who was saying that? I think Tony Parisi with the 7 rules. One of the rules was the metaverse is hardware agnostic. And the reality is that we also want to make this hardware agnostic. There are some technology limitations to that. The reason, for example, why we only have an iOS app for now is because if the capture process needs to happen live when you're recording the video, you need the phone to do a couple of things that still are hard to do for some devices. So we're bringing our technology to Android, but it's not immediately possible. Like, you need to develop for different sets of devices and so on. But again, the way we're trying to build it is in the way that is less hardware dependent, so that in future we can evolve into headsets, we can be compatible with holographic displays and all the different types of devices that are going to come, and will all be part of that metaverse that, as it was said before, it should be hardware agnostic. So little by little, we're a small startup, as we said before, only less than 20 people in the company working to implement all this. So we hope to get there. But yeah, working on it little by little. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 네, 고맙습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Once again, please give him a big hand.
The global session.
So we had the second presentation of our global session. He flew a long way to be here with us. So far, it was Nicolas Moreno de Palma. He presented to us about user-generated content for Metaverse. He shared some use cases and technology. We will have a 10-minute break before we have third presentation. Please be seated by 4:10.
It's like a dream of the sky that is real in my sight. I see we're in the city of wonder. Dreamed it up on your side, riding high, follow the bright, guiding light. Come join us for a little ride. There's magic in the air tonight.
We will move to the track 2 for the global session.
네, 여러분 장시간
Thank you for staying with us for a long time, and also from the online. We have many participants who are very active and asking questions. I hope you will stay till the end of the program, and we have 2 more presentations. And the presentations will be for the track 2, and the topic for the track 2 is about industrial applications. And for this topic, now we will hear presentations. So first presentation is from was supposed to be delivered by Hao Lee from Pin Screen. He will present tomorrow, and Seo Dong-il from DTCP Korea will give a presentation. So please understand that. So the Hao Lee will present tomorrow afternoon, 3:35 p.m. tomorrow. So here we have country manager Seo Dong-il from DTCP Korea, and he will present on the Metaverse, whether the time will come in the future. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm from DTCP. I am Seo Dong-il. I'm here, although it was not planned to be my presentation time. So I'm here out of nowhere, but I will make a entertaining and interesting presentation. When you go to the YouTube, I mean, they asked me to have like 30-minute presentation, so I will do my best. DTCP is the Deutsche Telekom capital. It's also invested by the Deutsche Telekom, and in Korea, we also do the business and Metaverse business. It intrigued ourselves, and we wanted to know what will be the future of the metaverse. That was the beginning of our business. And many of you who are here today, it is the metaverse, it's not metabus. Some people think it's some kind of bus that we take on, but it's not the bus that we take on, but it's a metaverse. It's about the universe. So we will now talk about how it is moving and what will be the future of metaverse. In Korea, you might have a lot of the coverage, but we are now looking into the market in North America and Europe, and we will tell you, or I will tell you, whether the metaverse will rise. So when it comes to the metaverse, it is something that's a very hot topic these days and a new term. But the whole thing about metaverse was discussed long ago. It was back in 1992 from the US. Neil Stephenson, the author, wrote a book titled Snow Crash. It is a fiction, and a sci-fi fiction, and he used the term. And in 2003, when Linden Lab launched the Second Life, and that adopted a lot of components of the metaverse as we know it today. And in 2011, Ernest Cline, an author, wrote a novel, Ready Player One, where it is also described. And in 2018, the Steven Spielberg director made a film, so it has become the vision for many metaverse aspiring companies. So metaverse is rather a new term, but actually it has been used since 1992 and featured in many novels and films. So what is metaverse? How can we define that? So it's a metaverse. It's about the universe. So what is the definition of the metaverse? Have you thought about the definition of the metaverse? What is it? The metaverse, companies have different definitions and different concepts about the metaverse. So for example, Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said it's a digital twin, a twin of our physical real world. So that is at an enterprise level definition. And we heard from the keynote speaker from Park Ki-young, a company Meta, and the CEO said it will be a new future of internet. It's not just be seen, but you go into this whole world and you are in it. And there are many other leaders, like the famous renowned speakers, talked about their own views about the metaverse. So there is no one single definition for the metaverse, frankly speaking, because people have different perspectives and different definitions. But still, in the US, many celebrities or the influencers are really emphasizing the importance of the metaverse. Facebook, on July 22nd, 2021, in an interview with The Verge, Mark said, the Facebook is a social media company. Many people say it is a social media company, but it will become a metaverse company, or it will be seen as such. And in the game industry, you might be very familiar with him. The CEO of Epic Games, which released the Unreal Engine and the Fortnite, the CEO, Tim Sweeney, said the metaverse will have a strong power than anything else. And even it can have a bigger power than any government. So many tech companies are aware of these huge changes to be made by the metaverse. When you look at the 2021, not this year, in 2021, early 2021, Roblox had almost like a 30 billion valuation, and on Microsoft, it had these holographic meetings. They launched Mesh for virtual holographic meetings. And Orange is a company of the Europe, and Orange and Qualcomm invested in venture reality fund too. And Epic, in the first half, to realize their vision of the metaverse, they put over $1.3 billion or won to boost the metaverse vision. And South Korea also built the National Metaverse Alliance led by the Ministry of the Science and Technology. And SK Telecom launched its own metaverse, EFLAND. And ByteDance, a Chinese company, acquired Pico, which is the VR headset maker. And 3D Bitmojis were also launched for a virtual human concept. Alibaba and Tencent of China applied for trademarks for metaverse development. And the biggest company, or the mobile company, China Mobile, had a partnership with HTC Vive to build 5G plus metaverse content ecosystem. And Facebook rebranded its name to Meta. Qualcomm launched a Snapdragon space for future XR creation, and Niantic is a company which launched the Lightship AR development kit to build their own metaverse applications. So in just 2021 alone, leading companies around the world announced their visions for the metaverse. So in 2021, metaverse was a very hot buzzword, but still there's no one single clear definition for the metaverse. And within the Deutsche Telekom, in our company, we are wondering what is it really. And there were 10 core attributes that we could identify. So what are they? So the first one is the identity. Holograms presenter also mentioned that it is about to show your identity with the whether it is volumetric video or avatar with a card. You have this image to show the identity, and identity was a really important attribute. And interoperability was another factor, because the metaverse is not just for one single word, but all the different things need to work together. And third one is the persistence, because the word will never end. Usually when we play a game, there's an ending, but in the metaverse, there's no end. It continues to exist. And the number 4 is the economy. So an individual user will go on with their own creation, and they own the creation, or someone else can make an investment, or some people may find it valuable. So these services and products of value can be created on the metaverse. So that economic ecosystem is put in place. Number 5 is accessibility. So regardless of the region, gender, or race, anyone can have an access to a certain event or place. And also, all these activities are shared with anyone on the open metaverse. And community is also another feature. People can interact with each other real time and share experiences, and that is the metaverse. And number 7 is scope. Whether it's a public network or a private network, people can go in there, whether it's open or closed platforms. There is a word that they can be engaged, and synchronicity means anyone can go in there and feel the living experiences that exist for everyone in real time. Number 9 is the contribution. As was mentioned from the volugram, the user can create the contents, and in the past, the contents were only made by the large companies and consumers just to consume the contents, but now the individual users come in and create the contents and make a contribution. And the last one is the multi-device. So it's not specific to any one single device, and it can be accessible on the tablet, smartphone, PC, or VR or AR headsets. So it can be supported by multiple devices. So these 10 core attributes are what are found from the metaverse. So why are we keep talking about the metaverse? So what are the drivers for the metaverse? There are two types of the trends. First, technological trend, and the other thing is the social trend. They underpin the accelerating growth of the metaverse. On the technology aspect, AR, VR headsets are now used a lot, and the Meta Quest 2 is the #1 product. But consumers are really moving fast. In Korea, there are only few people who have tried the VR, but in the US or in Europe, the VR headsets, and they have a higher level of experiences, user experiences, compared to Korea. And the social media is now covering a wider range of the area. With the pandemic, people are now spending more time at home, and the online social media is becoming big. And the crypto coin or cryptocurrency is also getting big as an investment destination. So we are seeing more contents being decentralized, and the 5G network and the infrastructure is also being expanded. 3 years ago, 5G was not really strong or available, but in large cities, most of the connectivity is provided by the 5G. So the pandemic and the social factors are driving the growth and adoption of the metaverse. And the other part is some of you might be the Gen Z generation, the millennials and the Gen Z who were born between 1980 and 2010. So this group of the generation is really interested in the metaverse. So millennials and Gen Z are more educated than the other generations, and they earn 20% less than the previous generations. So they try to adopt new technologies, and they look into these new job opportunities, like the cryptocurrency and the digital economies are what they are interested in, more. So this is a social aspect, and technological trends are also driving the growth. When it comes to Europe, due to the pandemic, about 70 million people came to use the digital service for the first time in their life. And in the UK, the number was 7 million. So 7 million people were the first-time users of the digital services. In the past, they were not acceptable about the technologies or digital, but now they are staying home longer, and they are more open to adopting the digital technologies, entertainment, and telco carriers, and insurance, travel, banking, education, and retail, and also grocery. Across all these businesses, digital adoption has increased. Usually it takes 5 years to achieve this growth, but it took only 8 weeks to get there. It is really driven by the pandemic, and it's being now adopted by a broader range of the age groups. And virtual events are not just for the entertainment or gaming. UC Berkeley, for example, with its Minecraft in 2021 and 2020 and 2021, they had this virtual graduation. And on the Nintendo, they have this game of Animal Crossing, and it's also gaining big popularity. So we can see the pandemic had an impact on acceleration of this fast adoption of digital technology. 5G also one factor. And here you can see the cloud services and infrastructure is now driving up the business of the XR and the Metaverse vision. 5G in June 2021, so now it's now growing to like 28 countries, and within 3.5 years, it will reach 1 billion users. And also cloud service, the market is growing so fast, and edge computing is growing at 33.75% per year. So I will not go into the details, but MetaHuman and Crypto and Qualcomm also investing in or developing this XR2 for the Oculus Quest 2 to increase the efficiency. So the infrastructure for the Metaverse development, like the hologram, things are now getting more powerful, and we are seeing more services so that we can develop things faster and cheaper. So Metaverse is there, and things are now changing. So what about the market potential of the Metaverse, and what is the perception of the consumers about the Metaverse? When they use Metaverse, what they do on the Metaverse. So we did some research. Here you can see what's interesting is that what they want to do on the Metaverse are quite similar to what they want to do in their real world. It's just surprising, but there's no like a particular experiences that they want to do only on the Metaverse, but this is something that people enjoy in their real world. First, getting together with friends. 42% of the people responded that that's what they want to do, and 32% said they are interested. So they can do it on the real world, but they still want to do it on the Metaverse too. Getting together with the family, 41% very interested and 34% interested. Watching TV and hosting events like birthdays, attending a concert, going to a party, or watching a live sport event, or going to a fashion show, or watching or taking a lecture or session, or doing some demonstration. So you can see here, these are pretty much what they can do in the real world, but they want to do it on the Metaverse. But when you look at the data, many people are very interested in doing this. So what do we do on the internet? On the internet, we can also listen to the radio or watch films, and we can have chat with the friends. We have the movie theater, and we have mobile phone, and we have TV. But why are we doing that on the internet? So it's the same thing. People want to enjoy all the things that they do in the real world on the Metaverse. So we have to keep that in mind. And these similar activities, how much they are engaged in the Metaverse-like activities. First, on the social media like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, when you look at the survey, this is the people who are below 18, and those who are under 18 were like twice more interested in these activities than those who are over 35. So about the social media, they were very positive about the social media, but what you see on the right was the responses to the question whether they want to do it on the game world as well. And 13% said often, 25% occasionally, and also like 26%, almost 30% of people said that heard of but never used. And the Fortnite and World of Craft was also mentioned. So people are now having the interactions that they can expect from the metaverse. So the metaverse service, the accessibility and engagement, the level are quite high. So in the market, what are they doing on the metaverse? Due to time constraints, I will not go over the details, but Meta is the, for example, the GAFAM is the Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. So Meta, Apple, Microsoft, these companies are doing a lot of projects. And Meta, for example, they have this Facebook Reality Labs, and they have like almost 10,000 employees. So Reality Labs are where they create the experiences for the AR and VR, and they employed like 10,000 people for the function. And per year, they are making an investment of over $1 billion in AR, VR software and hardware. And they are also planning to hire 10,000 or more than 10,000 people in EU in the next 5 years. Oculus VR, Horizon World are what they are driving to create the metaverse experiences. And Ray-Ban is what they collaborated with for like the AR glass, like the normal glasses that you are now wearing. For Apple, since 2015, they have been making a lot of efforts to acquire the AR, MR, and VR hardware and software companies. About 1,000 employees are now working on the AR headset and glass development. And for now, I think Hologram is the same here. And they have launched the AR kit so that many people can create their contents. And from the iPhone 12, they will have this LiDAR scanner to have more sophisticated applications. And also, Microsoft acquired the VR event platform in 2017. Azure Cloud and HoloLens are what they are trying to do, develop the contents, and they launched Mesh in 2021 to show the concept of the AR, VR communication and collaboration. And also, they built a HoloLens-based headsets, like 120,000 headsets, and they got a contract to supply that to the U.S. Army. So they are also very active in this market segment. Niantic is they developed the 3D scan app. They acquired the company 3D scan app, and for the Pokemon Go, they made a huge success, and they developed the Lightship, their own AR tools to build an AR ecosystem. Epic Games raised a fund of over $1 billion, and they're building technologies, and with the Fortnite, they have a lot of concerts. Roblox the same. So maybe I don't need to go into the details because the slides will be shared, so you can take a look at it later. So these companies, when you look at their cases, you can see how much they are providing the metaverse-like business and services, and how successful they are, and how they are getting the investment for this development. Meta is also featured and covered, so you may go in there. So here's what I think. In the future, many tech company leaders make presentations, and most of the visions will be a reality. Let me show you a video.
And everything that you carry with you, so that getting messages, seeing the latest news, seeing different location, keeping track of your schedule.
자, 빌
So Bill Gates in 1995, this is what he predicted. And he mentioned about the wallet PC. And this is something that they will carry, and they can send a message, and they can check the news, and checking on different locations, and keep track of schedule. And with this information highway, they can share the information. So that was in 1995. So did it become a reality? I think the smartphone is what he has predicted. At the time, we didn't have an internet, so information highway was what he referred to. But this is exactly the same thing that our cell phones or mobile phones are doing. But did Microsoft got a dominant market share? No, they failed. Instead, Apple and Google dominated the market. So the metaverse visions are now presented by many companies, but we cannot guarantee that they will become the #1 company in the metaverse. It could be any startup from Korea or the US or from any parts of the world. Any startup can join the market. And in 1995, Google was just a search engine company. But now it has larger market cap than Microsoft. So Metaverse is an opportunity that is available to any company. We can share the vision of the tech companies, but it may not be necessarily the tech companies who will win the market.
What we want to do is we want to put an incredibly great computer in a book that you can carry around with you that you can learn how to use in 20 minutes. That's what we want to do, and we want to do it this decade. And we really want to do it with a radio link in it, so you don't have to hook up to anything. You're in communication with all these larger databases and other computers.
자, 스티브 잡스.
So that was the Steve Jobs, late Steve Jobs. And can you guess when it was? It was in 1983 at a Colorado International Design Conference. So it was back in 1983. So people, what he said was people will carry a book and a great computer will be in there, and people can learn how to use it in 20 minutes. At the time, we didn't have the mobile network, and it will be on a radio link, like a 4G network or 5G network, and they will have it to look up anything they want. And this will be connected to a large database and interact with other computers. So back then, it was like a dream, but he said he will make it happen within the decade. And iPad, so that was about iPad, and iPad was launched when? Do you remember? It was in 2010. So it was in 30 years since he announced the vision. So these whole core technologies needed to make it happen. It took like 30 years. So the metaverse market, I'm not sure when it will come. It could be in 5 years or 10 years or 30 years from now. But what matters is that the technologies are now evolving and solutions are now being created. It could be done by a Korean company or a US company or a European company, but this whole evolution is on the way. So the metaverse market should come. Someone asked whether the market or the whole era of metaverse will come. The CEOs of large companies are saying they have the vision and they are making huge investment to drive the market. So my point here is that Deutsche Telekom believes that the metaverse market will come, but we are not sure about the timing, about when. but we are now looking for startups, and we are willing to collaborate with the companies. And if we are not a part of these opportunities, we will lag behind the competition if we don't take up the opportunity. So here's my point, my message. Rather than wondering whether the market will come or the opportunity will come, it is clear that the market will come, but you have to think about how you can join the market before it is too late with the technologies and capabilities you have in your hand. So that is pretty much for my presentation. Thank you for listening my presentation. Thank you very much. So that was the second session. Mr. Seo made a presentation for the first presentation. Now we will have a Q&A for him. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and we will get your microphone. I'm looking for some online questions. So many people asked or made some comments. COVID-19 was one driving factor for Metaverse, but when the COVID-19 is over, in the post-pandemic era, do you think Metaverse will still continue to expand? Can it be still facilitated? You said the time will come, but we are not sure about when and how we need to take actions. It depends on each one. So can you add to that comment? What about the post-COVID-19 days? We will still have a strong future? Yes. Thank you for the great question. I believe it is true. Because do you make a lot of phone calls with smartphones? Not many, because you use the other, like the messenger applications, even though it's a phone, but sending text is a better and more convenient way of communication because you can check whether they read your text or not, and you can write back later. I mean, phone call may be more convenient, but why people are now using this messaging app? Maybe that's a cultural change. Well, going to the film or movie theater is a good thing to do in the post-pandemic days, but still many people enjoy the film with their Netflix at home because they like it better, and that these services will survive. Let's say we have an endemic after pandemic. Well, you are now ordering the groceries from the food delivery services, and you like it, and you are satisfied with this delivery service of the groceries, and it's delivered at your door. So you don't feel the need to go to the grocery stores. So you will just use this or rely on this delivery service. And concert, the same thing. With the Metaverse, you can have concert experience, and if there is any difference, I mean better aspects. For example, you can better interact with the celebrities that you like, then people will do the both. And in particular, the artists who are on the concert, they can attract more audience and fans by having it on the Metaverse, because you can attract so many fans from around the world, not just in Korea or any specific region. So for the commercialization purposes, it can offer a lot of business opportunities. So it will be a big market, and you can offer a very different user experiences. And from my presentation, I showed you what consumers want to do on the Metaverse, and what they want was pretty much quite similar what they do in the real world. So even though we have this endemic, we had a pandemic which drove the growth of the Metaverse, and it will still stay there. Well, thank you. As you presented, maybe I think it's in the same context. So the user experiences, and when they go into the Metaverse, they will gain better and more fun experiences, and the market will continue to grow and evolve. And you also mentioned in the closing the contents providers and developers and all the stakeholders need to work together, and they have a role to play here. Thank you very much for your comments. Do you have any other comments or questions? Yes, we have one person in the back. Can you get him a microphone? So please stand up and ask a question. I'm Kim Kyung-hun, a startup CEO. You mentioned about the accessibility of the metaverse. So Gen Z or millennials find it easy, but even though we have a good user experience, we have to prove that it can offer good investment opportunities. And I think we have to engage senior or aged users. So how can we overcome the challenge in attracting the senior? Thank you for the good question, because that's a question that we are struggling with, how we can really engage and attract the senior groups, because they have a lot of money to spend on as a consumer segment. And my answer to the question, I think it depends on the user experience created by the startup companies. Well, when you use iPad, I mean, my parents-in-law find it very easy to use. They learn it quite quickly because it's very intuitive and you can touch, and it's a very intuitive user interface. So, it's a lot easier than using the desktop. Of course, it's still harder than the other generations, but it's better. So when you create a metaverse experiences, wearing hardware or the headsets, you need to do it in a way that they can understand intuitively in terms of offering the UI and UX. When you look at the applications that are used a lot, these are not friendly to the elderly user group. So the UX is something that you need to work harder on. It's not easy. We know that. And the key here is that we are having this aging society, and I think it's a harder thing to do than approaching the younger group, because the elderly group, we are not sure, as I mentioned, when the metaverse will be a big thing in 5 or 10 years. But the millennials and Gen Z are growing, and they are very tech-savvy generations. And if you focus on the generations and growing your business with them, could be easier approach. Because there's a saying, I don't remember the company name, but they produce cream cookie, and everyone has tried their cookies, and once they try it, they will keep trying it. So people will keep thinking about technologies once they tried it, but the challenge is to have the new users get on board. So I think an easier approach for startups is to approach the generations which are more open and easier to use these technologies. We got one more question from online. Let me read the question. So the Metaverse platform, what about the privacy and information protection? It could be an issue. But to ensure the openness, do you think it will become an important factor for the Metaverse? That's a very tricky question. Well, actually, it's not just about the Metaverse, but the privacy and the information protection is a big issue for everyone. So international companies, their second quarter earnings
꽤 많아요.
went down because they failed to protect this privacy. To get an answer to the question, things are now going decentralized. So it's about the openness, one value of the decentralization. And when you go for decentralization, the data and information is not owned by one company, and you can provide it on blockchain and make access available. So decentralization technology is there. So blockchain-based decentralized platform can be one thing that you have to look into to find the right answer. Thank you very much. Due to time constraints, I think we have to close the Q&A. And many people might have a lot of questions for this topic, whether it is coming or not. So thank you very much for your great, insightful presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 정말 많은 분들.
So thank you for those of you here with us till date, and I would like to thank our online participant. We have one remaining presentation left. That's a 15-minute break, and we will begin by 5:10. Thank you.
dreamed it, the wonder of say. Everything what you dreamed it, the wonder of say. It's like a dream of the sky, but it's real in my sight. I see we're in the city of wonder. A wondrous sun riding high, below the bright, guiding light. Come join
we have the final presentation of today. We have John Martin, Vice President of Marketing from Revolution. He will present us on characterizing the metaverse with Revolution, creating characters for social simulation and AI interaction. He's not here with us, but he will give us his presentation via online. Please give him a big hand.
To the Global Metaverse Conference. I'm John Martin, Vice President at Revolution, and it's my pleasure to join you today to talk about characterizing the metaverse. The metaverse is the next highly visual version of the internet. And the way that we will collaborate, communicate, socialize, and even do our work will change in a remarkable way as we enter in this new highly visual zone. The unique quality of this leap to metaverse is that we will have the ability to have an extension of ourselves, a digital identity or identities, because the metaverse is a limitless realm of possibilities. And it's being made so by a collaborative effort of companies around the world that are developing tools to help us make this leap into the metaverse. This next version of the internet will be inhabited by so many different types of characters. And the Revolution tool set is especially equipped for you to be able to create that type of character, to take to the metaverse, to embody your digital identity with tools to even generate a character with a single photograph. The characters and the animation from Character Creator and iClone from Revolution formulate our complete platform for generating characters and animation that's ready for the metaverse. In fact, there's a number of examples that I can share with you today that really showcase the Revolution technology as it pertains to going to the metaverse and creating experiences that are truly digital. The entertainment industry has been a massive champion and taken a real step towards the metaverse that's led us in a way to see the connectedness that happens and the fandom that is really shared, and the overall experience, and certainly the monetization behind these large-scale entertainment experiences, these virtual concerts. Some of the biggest names in entertainment have taken this on and have delivered content to their global audiences in a way that we've never seen. And that is to bring their virtual digital doubles in to popular environments like Fortnite, like Roblox, and allow them to really share in an experience with them, a virtual concert. 21 pilots joined the Georgia State University and also the team at Actor Capture for a chance to mocap a number of their songs, and then those performances were delivered to Roblox.
I feel great.
Yeah, a lot better enough.
As you're hopping that. Yeah, that's cool.
I like that lean, like all three like lean over.
Yeah.
So let's do this.
But on Saturday, I'm already bored. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before. I've got a long drive, I'll take my eyes different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah.
In other areas of entertainment within the realm of celebrities making the leap to the metaverse, we worked with Cardi B on an opportunity for her to jump to the metaverse and her husband Offset be able to take part in a video game. And so the show Cardi Tries, that is on Facebook Watch, was to allow Cardi to join many different types of jobs and occupations and experience those. For our episode, it was to join inside a video game. And so this involved creating a digital double of the characters, doing motion capture with them.
Cardi, we've got 4 different adventure characters. The cyberpunk Cardi, we've got gladiator Cardi, we've got jungle adventure Cardi, and we've got samurai warrior Cardi. Let's just dive in. You can see all the shapes that we have on your face now. These are all control points that allows us to click and drag, real simple, and then reshape the lips. So we'll zoom into the lips here, and then we can turn on our morphs.
Yep, morph them big.
A little bigger, you think? A little bigger?
It was cool, it was cute. That's cool, even
That's
like
good, that's good?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll go right into the brow here. And so you want a little more arch on the brow, is that right? All right. You know what? If you double click any of those, they'll pop right onto the character.
Let me see.
Now you're designing your character.
Yeah, I want to design
See?
my own character. I ain't like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that hairstyle. I have to show them how I want it. How about this one?
You can try that.
Oh, look how cute there, babe.
That's all right.
That's the best. I like that one.
I like that one. Me
Yeah?
too. Come on now.
What do you think?
I like
You
that.
got a winner? Very good, very good.
Winner, chicken dinner.
There it is.
And then at the end of the episode, diving into the game and letting them experience their digital doubles as avatars inside the game.
Welcome to Cardi B Combat.
Combat.
So you can see you got gladiator Cardi, you got samurai Cardi, you got jungle Cardi.
Oh my God. Okay, I picked this one.
All right, and then Offset. I wonder who you're gonna pick, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Put your hands up.
Let's rumble.
Come on with it.
You a loser.
I will defeat you. Play hard so you can get good, or you're gonna be sorry forever.
All right. Round 2.
Round 2.
I will spank you.
No winning.
Yeah. I'm not going forward. I'm not taking it easy on you.
It was a completely immersive experience for them in a day of creation that was encapsulated inside the episode. And it shows the joy of anyone being able to do this process. And so it's an exciting episode to see a quick version of how it all comes together. The leap to the metaverse is really a choice that allows anyone to be able to take their character and experience something in a bold new way. And these entertainment experiences also combine business experiences too. And in the business environment, there are also exciting simulations that users are able to immerse themselves in, and certainly collaborators on a serious level inside corporate environments are also utilizing the metaverse to be able to visualize experiences of the future. In fact, BMW and NVIDIA joined together to create a digital twin factory. And they enlisted Reallusion as a part of that in order to create the inhabitants.
Welcome to BMW Production, Jensen. I'm pleased to show you why BMW sets the standards for innovation and flexibility. Our collaboration with NVIDIA Omniverse and NVIDIA AI leads into a new era of digitalization of automobile production.
Fantastic to be with you, Milan. I'm excited to do this virtual factory visit with you.
We are inside the digital twin of BMW's assembly system. powered by Omniverse. For the first time, we are able to have our entire factory in simulation.
Reallusion's character creator connector for Omniverse is populating BMW's digital twin factories. The need for digital humans is vast and can really be used to demonstrate some pretty important data. And so our aim is to be able to make digital humans accessible to everyone. We helped BMW generate 120 digital humans for their factory simulation in Omniverse. It was important that we showcase a diversity in the workforce, so the digital humans all were unique in their looks, truly reflecting the workforce at BMW. Character Creator enables unique digital human design, starting with a base, add more skin details, or even a final uniform to the look. At the end, you can deploy all of this to Omniverse utilizing the USD file format and Character Creator 3 connector.
Digital humans are trained with data from real associates. You could then use digital humans in simulation to test new workflows for worker ergonomics and efficiency. Now your factories employ 57,000 people that share workspace with many robots designed to make their jobs easier.
NVIDIA Omniverse and NVIDIA AI give us the chance to simulate all 31 factories in our production network. These new innovations will reduce the planning times, improve flexibility and precision, and at the end, produce 30% more efficient planning processes.
Milan, I could not be more proud of the innovations that our collaboration is bringing to the factories of the future. I appreciate you hosting me for a virtual visit of the digital twin of your BMW production.
There's so many tools and technologies that are doing just that, just like NVIDIA. And the NVIDIA Omniverse project is also piloting even more business level interaction from characters from Reallusion, and that is with Bentley. Bentley Systems is showcasing the next level of characters inside the visualizations of their architectural development. And so this is a way for someone who is maybe, or a team of people who are maybe not well versed in the need to, or the ability to create a character or the ability to generate animation. However, these tool sets, Character Creator and iClone, make that a much easier task for them to approach. And so the visualizations now are enabling serious manufacturers, serious business to be able to do just that, to be able to inhabit these type of experiences with characters that are truly fitting to their environments and do it on the fly. So the flexibility of the needs for the metaverse with characters is important. You certainly want to be able to match the style or the type of persona you would want to inhabit inside any of these virtual environments. So not only is Reallusion a universal metaverse character creator, but it allows really anyone to have a full pipeline. And the pipeline is very important. In fact, we showcased some of our pipeline whenever we did the project for the Seoul Broadcasting System, and that is with Neil Stevenson.
Epic Games and Reallusion collaborated to bring Neil Stevenson to the metaverse at the SBSD Forum in Seoul, South Korea. June Park from the Seoul Broadcasting System contacted Reallusion to discuss creating a special experience for speaker Neil Stevenson, author of Snow Crash and creator of the terms metaverse and avatar. How we accomplished the avatar, animation, and voice began with Neil providing a video that gave us the voice and facial animation reference to work with. Then we stylized a character along with his animation. Neil's video performing the introduction was an important start. Once we had this material, Reallusion took care of the character design, and we teamed up with Actor Capture for the motion capture and animation. The avatars were made with Character Creator and animation with iClone. The performance was captured with Xenzawinda, iPhone for the face, and Aculips for the lip sync inside iClone. Neil's Character Creator avatar was brought to the stage in real time as a living speaker with the help of Epic Games. Epic generated the environments and surrounded Neil's avatar and stage with a virtual world landscape. Neil's cooperation on the project brought a real-world literary hero into our work, and we are honored and grateful to partner with SBS and with such a visionary as Mr. Stevenson.
So, along the lines of not just business, but also interactivity, Metaverse provides an opportunity for us to not only socialize and be entertained and collaborate in business, but also to be informed.
For most businesses, digitalization is a must. But even in this high-tech environment, people still crave human contact. My name is Rika, and I work at Verb. Together with other virtual beings, we bring what's best in human communication into the digital space. We are powered with conversational AI that defines our personality and allows us to hold meaningful and natural conversations. That's how we can tell your story and showcase your products, making sure that your online and offline presence wins you more customers. We'll speak your brand's voice in physical locations, on your website, mobile app, and social media.
Businesses are turning to chatbots to aid in customer support, to aid in interaction, but we also have a need for interaction within our virtual environments that can enable us to be a guide, if you will. And if you're a game player, a non-playing character can give you some great advice. And so these virtual chatbots also require avatars, require a character. Let's take a look at Character Creator. This is a specialized tool for generating a wide range of digital characters that are ready for not only animation, but also ready for taking to your favorite platform for the metaverse. And inside Character Creator, not only do you have access to a character system for generating very realistic digital humans, but you also have the ability to have characters that are ready for animation with a massive amount of blend shapes from 60 to 140. And these provide performances that are truly believable inside these types of environments. Beyond digital humans, though, stylized characters are certainly popular for being able to use inside a metaverse. And this type of character needs a lot of special enhancements like custom blend shapes, custom animation. And the Reallusion animation system supports all of that. Characters can be set up inside Character Creator so that you have the ability to control any custom character and its blend shapes to match with our animation engine inside iClone. Now, these characters, whenever we're creating them, we're able to preview their generation in a heartbeat. And that is with multiple different LUT styles, with animation previews. You're able to see how clothing interacts with characters, and then also how different lighting scenarios and LUT systems will allow you to see that inside a ray traced environment if you render even with iRay inside Character Creator. Character Creator is a base system that allows you to have extensive morph capability. And these morphs will lead you to creating a personalized version of either yourself or really a character from any kind of style that can match an internet version of yourself for the metaverse. And these characters have customization features from hair, from also facial hair. You'll be able to add elements that are all real-time ready. And that's very important here, is that you're not building something that is going to plug up, any kind of efficiency that you might want to achieve when going to an interactive environment, a real-time environment. And so the characters certainly can be anything, as you can see here. You can really, truly embody any kind of character inside Character Creator and set that up for animation. And the Character Creator engine also has the ability to go directly to Unreal. So these characters will export there. They'll go to Blender, Unity, NVIDIA Omniverse. You really have a choice of going to the platform or the development area or the game engine that you like, including Unity. Now, the character applications inside Character Creator really do cover advanced digital humans that you'll be able to create, or stylized characters that are essential for game development. And then really just being able to follow a format of what is inspiring you. These tools can bring a lot of different possibilities to life with characters and imagination. Just like the business simulation with characters, you can inhabit those environments, and it is a truly universal character system inside Character Creator 4. On the animation side, iClone 8 is really a complete system for being able to generate facial animation, body animation, hand animation, edit that animation, and then prepare that for really any environment, whether it be for FBX or USD. In fact, iClone provides a complete system. From the moment that you bring in a character, you'll start to be able to apply any kind of motion presets that we have. And once you have those motions, or you've done motion capture, the editing process is really second to none for speed and for creativity. In fact, you can change any kind of motion on the fly and be able to continue working with it. And blending these motions from one to the next can really generate a true performance that can embody any kind of needs that you would have with your characters. And these characters are highly, highly realistic and still have little trade-off on the efficiency for the ability to go into these real-time environments. This muscle level editing on all of our characters and the ability to use lip sync will allow you to have a very fast way to generate a fully animated character. And so whether you're using characters for real-time experiences, or you need to generate performances that need to be edited further and then utilized inside your experience later for visitors, the iClone animation system is a fast and super intuitive way to be able to do that. We've included tools like handprint and footprint systems to be able to incorporate locking in footsteps, as well as advanced reach targets that allow you to have interaction with objects. The motion director inside iClone is really an impactful feature that comes with iClone that allows you to utilize a joystick, a gamepad, or any kind of keyboard or mouse to be able to pilot characters through the scene. You can set waypoints, you can generate really nice interactive motion on the fly in a game style way. And this is a super new approach to animation in iClone because it's really delivering on something that we call play to animate. And play to animate is a philosophy that we hold dear. It's also something that showcases the fact that we are very true to embodying a tool that can have any kind of user, an open threshold that can start, and then also have a deep amount of tools for seasoned professionals. So the Reallusion tool set is both accessible and also deep for you to be able to develop these characters for your environment. In fact, iClone really comes with lots of ways to do your cinematic visuals as well. So if you are working on a Metaverse project and you need to create some sizzle reels or some ways to do pitch for your projects. iClone is a real-time environment that will allow you to create those visuals and sell your idea and let people understand what it is that you're going for. Also for collaborators and developers inside the metaverse environment of things like NVIDIA Omniverse, we've developed custom Omniverse connections for these tools. So you have the ability to send all of this data directly to Omniverse and take massive advantage of the rendering there for all of the projects. So it's an exciting time for people to be working with characters inside these new realms. Certainly you have the ability to take characters into full animation environments, going into tools like Maya and so on, but these are ready for real-time interaction. And game engines or Blender or other digital content creation tools are all set up and ready to go. And these characters with the ability to repair things like the footsteps in the editing process, the process is incredibly intuitive and easy to do. Now for visualization, you have such a rich environment with NVIDIA Omniverse to be able to support the characters there and really take use of their dynamic rendering process. Actor Core is another vital element in the Reallusion Metaverse platform for character creation and animation. You'll get access to highly detailed characters and motions that are already and real-time optimized for Metaverse platforms. Many different characters and styles are offered inside the character library. All of these are suitable for long camera views, for mid-ground, background, or even up-close characters, including characters that we have from our Actor Scan library that are produced from 3D scans. These 3D scanned humans are essential to putting together believable visualizations and simulation environments. Actor Core provides a way for you to obtain them and then instantly add a crowd to any scene of quality characters. There's also themed characters as part of Actor Build. Actor Build is a way that you can actually dress the characters from the Actor Core library and enhance them further. Now, whether it's sci-fi previs or history and documentary film creation, even visualizations of architectural or manufacturing environments, the Actor Core library provides characters in a way that it's quick to access. In fact, you'll be able to get these and use them directly from our website. The Actor Core website is very interactive, and it gives you a way to preview characters and not necessarily have to make the choice. Peruse the library and then preview the characters in real time. Once you've selected a character, you can start to preview these motions. And this allows you to quickly get back into production in your collaborative environments for creation. The motions are very easy for you to search through, and this interface is quite intuitive. All you need to do is do a keyword search, and then instantly many motions will start to appear. We also have packs that you can choose from or single motions, and both are convenient ways for you to be able to access the Actor Core library. The viewing experience that you have with each one of the motions is just like a 3D viewport. In fact, you'll be able to load up a motion and then look all the way around and preview that to see if it's exactly what you need for your character intended to go on to the metaverse. Mobile device surfing is an option and a great way to pre-plan your motions and also purchase them and your characters as well. Multiple platforms are supported in the Actor Core output, and that gives you the most flexibility when taking characters from Actor Core into other programs or other animation environments or even directly to the metaverse. So these export options will give you everything you need to take the characters to the next level. Thank you for joining me for the Metaverse conference and characterizing the Metaverse with Reallusion. We covered a lot of ground talking about Reallusion's involvement in different Metaverse projects, as well as the tools behind those projects, Character Creator and iClone. If you'd like more information about our products, please visit reallusion.com. Thanks again and enjoy the conference.
네, 대단히 고맙습니다.
Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. So far, it was John Martin, Vice President of Marketing from Reallusion. He presented us about how to make characters for Metaverse, and he shared some use cases. From now on, we will have Q&A with him. He is online, joining online. Hello? Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so
much for joining us. Now we will begin the Q&A session. So for those of you here, if you have question, please raise your hand.
네, 질문이 현장에는
So far, there is none from the floor. I'll introduce you the online question. So you presented us about making characters using Reallusion. So this is the online question. Currently, Reallusion provide animation and CG software. Could you explain to us animation and CG software that Reallusion provide currently?
Yes, for the software that we provide for animation, we provide iClone. iClone is our tool that allows you to animate any character, not only from characters that may come from our platform, but also any character. We also have a character-based system called Character Creator, and this is not only a way to generate multiple digital humans or stylized characters, but this software is also capable of importing a model and allowing you to rig that for animation, for facial animation using blend shapes, and then also being able to retarget bones for use later in our animation system. But Character Creator gives you a full capability to develop a character from a base, to be able to take even a single photograph and develop a custom digital double head out of that, and then do more things like morph the body and then add clothing, facial hair, hair as well, and any accessories to complete a character. So it is an entire character system, and all of them are ready for animation if you use those with Character Creator.
네, 대단히 고맙습니다.
Thank you. So you gave us a lot of information about Reallusion, so we have a lot of questions related to it. Is there any representative collaboration project that Reallusion is currently doing with other companies? Could you explain to us about that collaboration projects?
Currently, we operate with lots of different partners in order to advance the capabilities with our software, and then also to team up with folks like NVIDIA to partner in a way that will benefit a joint amount of users that we all have, in being able to develop a more collaborative platform for not only visualization and design and development, but also a way that people can quickly get their characters that they develop on our platform over into other environments. So Reallusion is, we have a philosophy that we're very open in the bringing these characters and this type of capability really to any platform that needs that, and certainly for users to be able to have the flexibility to decide where their creations go. This can be from games to AR, VR, content, films and television. Our software is used widely also in pre-visualization within the entertainment industry for both television and film. And then iClone is also now providing many paths for not only facial animation, but also advanced motion editing. But the partnerships that we work with are really seen inside of our software. We build a lot of bridges, not only to Unreal Engine for things like live link, so that it makes it very simple for you to be able to animate directly from iClone into Unreal Engine. But we also do that for sending our characters out to other platforms in the form of an auto setup. We have a way for you to be able to WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, from our software directly on over to things like Unity, Blender, Unreal, NVIDIA Omniverse. And we've developed a pathway and plugins for auto setup that allows those characters to seamlessly port. We've also adopted the USD file format, so ultimate compatibility with USD. And as we heard just recently in the SIGGRAPH keynote from NVIDIA, this is the adopted format of the future for the metaverse. So Reallusion has a philosophy of working with companies broadly, especially across expanding our pathways to the metaverse.
네, 대단히
Thank you for your answer. So you mentioned about what kind of collaboration is progressing. So we ask for our offline participants, if you have questions, please raise your hand. I think there's none. One from the floor. There is one question from the floor. It's Nicholas. We do have a question from the floor, and he will speak in English.
You hear me? Yeah. Hello, fellow speaker. Nico.
Hello, Nicholas.
Hi, nice to meet you, and thanks for the presentation. We were actually commenting here among the speakers that the quality of the work is superb and really interesting. I'm curious to hear directly from you, especially about the character creation and so on. Like Unreal, MetaHumans made a lot of noise, and obviously they put in a great PR campaign for it. How does it compare with the work that you do on that field? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Nicholas. I think that MetaHuman definitely brought another exciting moment to digital humans within our industry, and certainly as for myself as a creator and many of us, I believe that we'll see so many more bold solutions that are coming, and there's room for all. The way that we are relating to these advancements and from Reallusion, how we are working with things like MetaHuman and Epic. We're a proud partner with Epic. We've worked with them on many different levels. We are a recipient of a mega grant as well. And the MetaHuman, though, is a great solution that can also be animated with our software. So part of what we've done is we've enabled all of the facial animation tools that you saw in the videos there, and that you can find out and see more on our website, as well as the body and everything about the character. You can pilot the MetaHuman characters in the same exact way. So iClone provides a a really enhanced, more flexible solution in the realm of facial animation, character animation, that can work really well with metahumans. Also, there is the ability to go from character creator to Unreal Engine and utilize the new solution that Epic recently showcased, and that was the mesh to metahuman. And so mesh to metahuman is a very cool feature. The way that we're working alongside that advancement there with metahuman is that character creator has something called headshot that allows you to take a digital photograph and make a character based on that. And then once you have that, you could export that character out as FBX, do your metahuman with the mesh to metahuman, and then we've actually created the UV so that it maps directly to your character now in metahuman. So you can adopt the full character style and creation from character creator and use that as metahuman. So we look at metahuman as being a very flexible other, pathway for being able to be expressive as a digital character. And so our commitments together, I think, are just to keep things, workable so that everyone can benefit from tools on both sides. And that continues with that philosophy I was talking about.
Thank you very much. Due to limited time, we would like to conclude the Q&A.
So we will conclude the Q&A session from here due to time limit. I would like to thank you for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
마지막 발제 도움.
Once again, please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. This concludes day 1 of Global Metaverse Conference and Korea ASEAN Forum. Thank you once again for your participation. We will meet again at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.